Good afternoon and welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I am your host, Mike, and in this episode, we are going to be talking about the chaos that occurred this week as far as the rumor mill and news is concerned around Hollywood. Thoughts and opinions, of course, about Henry Cavill now exiting DC for a certain reason. But it's not all bad for Henry Cavill. He is going to be producing his own series. So that's going to be going on in this discussion for today. Also, we are going to talk about Reigns of Power announcing all female directors for season 2. Will that improve the show, or will it not really matter if it's male or female directors when it comes to the show in general? I know either way, I won't be watching, especially after seeing the first 3 episodes of season 1 and not being very intrigued to go back and watch. Plus, we will be reading an article from comicbook.com talking about Bat in the Sun, giving an update on Jason David Frank's Legend of the White Dragon. We will also be talking about Warner Brothers increasing the write-offs to over 800 million amid more content cuts, according to this article I have from cbr.com. And another article I have for this edition of Pop Talk is from WCCF Tech, and it's talking about how Tomb Raider series next entry is single player, will star confident Laura, Amazon to publish. Jeez, are you saying that Laura wasn't confident before? I must have been playing the wrong game, because I could have been certain that Lara Croft was already a confident character. But of course, one of the main things that we are going to talk about in this edition of Pop Talk is changes that I'm going to be making to the program, and they do ultimately affect the channel. And what are those changes, you might be asking? Well, for starters, I have been looking at my channel analytics, and I will go ahead and bring them up here for you all to see and show you a few things that has made me think, especially the last few months, maybe a time change is needed. Hence why I am starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon today on the East Coast, as opposed to starting at 11 a.m. on the East Coast as I normally do. As you can see here for Sunday, it says many of your viewers are on YouTube at 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., so on and so forth. And that's not all. I'm also thinking about changing the start time for the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk, because as you can see, looking at this data from YouTube, many of the viewers that are viewers of this channel, and many others, I'm not the only one, but of this channel and many others, are on at 6 p.m. my time. They're also on at 7 p.m. my time. So I have been considering making a time change, which again is why this edition of Pop Talk has started at 1 p.m. I am not going to change the start time for Wednesday's watch party from 8 to 6. I am keeping it at 8 o'clock. But the following week, next week, I will experiment with starting Pop Talk on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern to see how that works. And it's not going to be a one and done test. I'm planning on doing 3 tests for these different time changes. I'm going to do 3 Sunday editions at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to do 3 Wednesday editions starting next week at 6 p.m. Eastern to see how that goes. And if those times do not go all too well, then I will try a different time. I'm trying to figure out the best times for folks to come by and watch the program. Now, I will greet everybody who is currently in the chat here shortly. But that is one of the changes that is going to be made here in 2023, even though I've already implemented them, so far today. And I've already said I'm going to try the other one next week. Now, the other change to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, and a few people already have known that I was going to go ahead and hit the button to do this. It is something that I have been thinking about for a very long time. And what that is I am going to eliminate all but two open panels for Pop Talk. Meaning, instead of every single episode of Pop Talk being an open panel on a Sunday and on a Wednesday, there will be two open panels per month, one on a Sunday show, one on a Wednesday show, the exception being watch parties, the exception being live streams are not Pop Talk related. And another thing that I am going to emphasize, if you are on the panel, please have respect for your other panelists and their opinion. And I also want to say this, have respect for those in the chat for their various opinions. Because as you see before each and every live stream or video content that I upload, it's not part of the game streams, but it is part of every live stream and every video upload that I do here on this channel. Is I have this disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect the views of others. So, what that means is I may come on here and I might have a different viewpoint than Phil McCracken. But guess what? We have our differences of opinion. We need to be adults and be able to move on. I am not going to tolerate anybody yelling and screaming on the panel. I am not going to tolerate anybody yelling and screaming and telling somebody in the chat that they're gone. Gone way too far. Saying, "Oh, you're wrong." No, I'm not going to tolerate that. If anybody does, I am going to put them in a timeout. And I am going to say to them in the private chat, cool yourself. But if they continue on and keep yelling and screaming and talking over everybody and acting like their opinion is the gospel when everybody's opinion counts. Everybody's opinion counts. I don't care if you're on the panel. I don't care if you're in the chat. Everybody's opinion counts. But if somebody gets out of line and it's necessary to kick them out, well, guess what?
You're gone!
This is not a permanent ban. Don't make it a permanent ban. This is a timeout. However, if someone does get to the point where maybe they don't need to come back, then we will discuss it in private. I'm not going to discuss it on air. I'm not going to discuss it backstage. I will discuss it between me and that individual. That's all. Also, I had put up a poll on both Twitter, Discord, and here on the channel asking if Pop Talk is too chaotic. The reason why is because there are times where we do end up talking over each other and you can't hear what the person is trying to say. I want to cut that down. That is another reason why the open panels are going to 2 open panels per month. I'm going to cut it down. Doesn't mean I'm not going to invite anybody to be on the panel. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to invite anybody to be a guest. I'm still going to send out invites to anyone who is available and wants to come on and give their different point of view, their different opinion, have a discussion. That's the whole part of Pop Talk, is having the open discussion and being able to discuss it as adults in a civil manner. I, I've seen and heard things on Pop Talk that I'm not too proud of. I'm not too proud of. I will admit that. I'm not going to call out any names, but if you're on the panel, all I'm going to say is make sure that if you have something to say it. But just be careful that you don't say anything that might violate YouTube's terms of service, because you do have to be very careful about what you say. So please don't incite violence. Don't say you are going to do one thing, or you want to do one thing to somebody because you don't agree with that person. No, that will not be tolerated. And if you're on the panel, please, please, everybody's got to eat. I understand. Everybody's got to eat at some point, even if they're on a panel. But please, if you're going to eat, mute yourself while you're eating. Nobody wants to hear me. Nobody wants to hear a panelist chewing on their food during the live stream. That gets annoying. And I realize some people aren't going to like these changes. But you know what? My whole goal for 2023 for the channel as a whole is to make the content better so that folks can come on to the panel, have a good time on the panel, for folks to come into the chat, have a good time in the chat as we are discussing various topics. When I say welcome one and all, whether it's Pop Talk, whether it's the box score, whether I'm doing a live game stream, whatever it is I'm doing, I mean it. Welcome one and all. That means I welcome the male demographic and the female demographic, because without the male and female demographic, this channel is nothing. No YouTube channel can survive without its audience. And I want everybody to know that they are welcomed here. Also, if you are on the panel and you have a disagreement with a particular panelist, or any panelist for that matter, just let it go. Let it go. It's pointless. It's pointless, folks. If you don't like a certain panelist because they're on the panel, well, then you need to work it out. That's on you. If I have a panelist on here that you don't like, well, you know what? Maybe they're here because I want to get to know them. Or Phil wants to get to know him. DJ Ronnie G wants to get to know him. Jed Sparks wants to get to know him. Everybody has their opinion. We're not all going to agree, but we need to understand, and I'm going to keep repeating this probably through this whole live stream, that opinions matter. Opinions matter here on PACIFIC414. I am a Cub fan, as you all know. And I hope, Whoopa, you don't mind me saying this, but Whoopa Troopa is a Cardinal fan. You would think the two of us wouldn't even want to associate with one another because of our respective baseball team. But you know what? We're adults. Baseball teams aside, we actually have a good conversation. We might razz each other about our teams, but you know what? We've developed a friendship. And that's one thing I want folks to be able to do when they come here. Develop a friendship, whether it's with me, whether it's with members of the chat, whether it's with fellow panelists. Develop a friendship, a bond. You know, we all have things that we like in common. And one of the big things that we all like in common is pop culture. It doesn't matter if it's movies, television, comics, anime, video games, whatever it is in pop culture, we all like it. We all enjoy it. We all love it. So have some respect for your fellow panelists. Have respect for yourself too. And have respect for me. That's all I'm asking. Respect for me, the panelists, the chat, everybody. Everybody. And another thing, if you want to promote yourself, you want to promote your friend, do it. But ask me in the chat if it's okay to do it, or wait until I say, so, Phil McCracken, what do you have coming up next? I don't want name drops. Don't name drop if it's not relevant to the conversation. Okay? And also, if you see me playing a game, I might die 1,000 times, but you might miss that one time I actually get through the part of the game I'm struggling with. So don't ever give up on me. Don't ever give up on this channel, because what I've wanted from the beginning is to improve this channel each and every day, each and every week, each and every month, each and every year. This channel has grown this year. I want it to continue to grow. And the way for it to continue to grow is for me to figure out ways of adding different elements to the channel. Elements that actually make people go, I like this. I like that. Even watching other YouTube channels, I see things that I'm thinking, I have to figure out a way to implement that, because they're doing it right. There's no problem looking at somebody and going, you know what? I'm going to take some notes. I'm going to try to implement something similar, but I'm still going to make it my own. I'm still going to make it my own, have my own touch to it. And another thing, let's, I know it's hard, especially with some of these articles when we're talking pop culture, but let's keep the political talk as much out of the conversation as we can, if we can, because my point of view on politics, especially right now, is it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. There's one side that's willing to feed you to the lions, and the other side's willing to cover their eyes and act like nothing's happened. And as far as video formats, when I upload videos, if you watch the recent video that I uploaded yesterday, where I talked briefly about Dansby Swanson and Andrew Benintendi going to Chicago, probably just give you a quick summary of the first paragraph of what's going on. And then after that, as always, even here on Pop Talk, I will include the link to the article so you can read it for yourself when you have the time. These changes need to be made, and the only one that can make the changes is the person speaking right now, and the only one that can make the channel better is the person speaking right now. But I can't do it alone. That's where you as a panelist, you as a subscriber, you as a member of the chat comes in. And I'm going to show the results of a couple of the polls real quick. Let's see. Let me make sure I get the right one up here. Now, as far as the poll was concerned, here on YouTube, when I asked, do you think that PACIFIC414 Pop Talk is too chaotic? It's received 9 total votes. 22% say yes, Pop Talk is too chaotic, while 78% say no, Pop Talk is not chaotic. That's not the only one I want to show, because that's the only place I asked the question. I also asked it over on Twitter. And let me show you the results of the one on Twitter. Now, granted, it still has one more day to go. So there's still time to vote in that particular poll over on Twitter. But over on Twitter, it says that 77.8% of you say that Pop Talk is not chaotic. And 22%, well, 22.2%, if I'm going to give the correct number, say that it is. So similar to the poll over on the YouTube side. Now, I will show you the results of the poll I asked over on the Discord side. So give me 1 second to pull that window up. All right. So I have it pulled up here. And I said, do you think PACIFIC414 Pop Talk is too chaotic? Leave a thumbs up for yes and a thumbs down for no in response to this message. Now, somebody, I'm not going to say who it was, but somebody voted yes and no. And I am going to disqualify that vote. But even with the disqualification of that vote, it's still 2-1. 2 in favor, yes. 1 in favor, no. So that's it for changes coming to the channel. If you like them, well, guess what? Great. If you don't like them, guess what? That's just the way it is, folks. So if you want to discuss it, which I am willing to listen to everybody say what they have to say, I am going to include the invite link right now for everybody to say their piece. And as I pin it, I will go ahead and read comments in the chat. I don't want you all to think I'm just ignoring what's happening in the chat. I am not ignoring it. I see it. And let's see, let's start at the top. And Phil McCracken says, this is not Halloween, it's Xmas. How dare you use that horror new pick, Mike? It scares the children. Think of the children, Mike. Well, Phil, I got a response to that. This channel isn't for children. It's not meant for anyone under 18. Also, Phil McCracken says, I am Phil McCracken and I support this message. Of course, of course. Phil also says about your changes for 2023 in the name of that's holy. Get rid of that horror pick. Nope, not going to happen. Bring back Optimus Prime, Mike. He's on the banner. Optimus Prime loves you, Mike. All right. Well, you know what? Then he should have won this fight against Megatron. I'm just going to say that.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
Phil McCracken also says, Mike and his Optimus Prime pick trending worldwide. Well, there are times on Twitter Optimus is trending worldwide, and that's even before today. Jet Sparks says, hey. Jet Sparks also says, I'm going to see Devotion today before it leaves my local theater. Enjoy it. It's a great movie. Of course, that's my opinion, and someone else could have a different opinion on the movie, but that's fine. And then Phil says, oh my God, that pick, Mike. No. Yes, Phil. Yes. And he also says, people all thank you for the ability to sleep in. Yes, I'm sure Eastern folks thank it. The ability to sleep in. I was talking to Cash last night. and he seemed to like the idea that it was starting later. Let's see. DJ Ronnie G says there's a lot of competition at that time. Mm-hmm. I know. And I know. There's always going to be competition. But I have to work on making sure that the content is better so I can compete with said competition. Because let's face it, if you're a YouTuber, you're competing with one another. Even those of us who have become friends, we're still competing with one another. And let's see, DJ Ronnie G says, I'm often reluctant to stream if a friend is streaming at the same time, but I got to remember that it's the viewers who choose. Yes, yes. If someone else is streaming at the same time as me, you know what? Let them. Let them. There's plenty of room here on YouTube. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of channels. There's plenty of options. I know I'm not always someone's cup of tea. I know that. And I can also admit when I'm wrong. And he also says, I like your database approach and your plan to test out scheduling changes. Well, it's something I've been looking at for a while. I haven't said anything about it, not live until today, but it's something I have been looking at. Jet Spark says, "Oh, Phil, don't worry, I'll let you in a moment." An accident I won't repeat. Okay. And Phil McCracken says, American League, true baseball team. The National League's better. The National League is better. All right, Phil. I'm going to go ahead and let you in. And don't be shy, everybody. I'm not going to bite.
Hello there.
Hello, Phil.
How's it going?
It's going good.
I'm kind of speechless this morning. Optimus Prime is going, and I'm a little choked
He's
up.
still on the channel banner, Phil. Relax.
Optimus, the ultimate hero.
He's still on the channel banner, Phil. Relax.
Mm-hmm. But you know what? When you see that picture of Optimus Prime that you had as your icon there, and he's in combat mode, it's just, everything's going to turn out right. Now with this thing, I'm kind of scared and intimidated.
Well, good. You should be scared and intimidated.
So,
because my goal for 2023 is to kick ass when it comes to doing YouTube.
Do you have bubble gum?
I can always get bubblegum, Phil.
Gotta have bubblegum when you're ready to kick some ass.
But remember, the quote is, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. So if I get that bubblegum, I won't be able to kick ass.
Okay.
I'm not saying any of these changes are going to be immediate. These changes are going to take time. These changes are going to happen during the course of the year. But I want this channel to be a great alternative, not a good alternative, a great alternative to other channels. And I also don't want Pop Talk or anything on this channel to become an echo chamber.
I think it's good. And you have my full 100% support.
All right. And I'd love to hear other opinions. Hop on the panel. I won't bite, but I can't make any promises for Phil.
I won't bite unless you taste good. If you taste good, then it's all deals are off.
Yeah, well, another thing when it comes to Copa Jet Sparks, I do have it in my studio that none of the content is geared for children. That's why I'll go ahead and go back to those numbers I showed earlier. I just got to get back to it. Give me 1 second to load that part of YouTube Studio up.
Oh, by the way, today, if you catch me muting myself off and on, I'm trying to prevent people from hearing me cough. I don't want you guys to hear me cough. Yeah.
I understand that. To be honest, Phil, I do it myself, and sometimes I am caught off guard because I'm not expecting it to come, and comes out of nowhere sometimes. All right,
Yep.
so let me get those numbers. Blah blah blah. Get down here. All right, I've got it up. Let me go ahead and show those numbers. Just so you all know, I am not bullshitting you. All right. So, as you can see here, ages 13 to 17 years old, 0. Ages 18 to 24, it's currently at 53.3%. Ages 25 to 34, 28.3%. Ages 35 to 44, 18.4%. Ages 45 to 54, 0.
That's wrong.
I want to improve that number.
I am 51. Why is it at 0%? I am a channel member. How is that right?
I'm not saying all these factors are
No, I'm not
accurate.
saying you. I'm saying their graph because I can name 3: me, old man, and
Kathy Skywalker.
yeah, we're the 3 of us, and Baron's dad. That's 4 of us over.
And Baron.
Yeah, and Baron. That's about
Yeah.
5 of us that are over in that 50, 40 something 55 range. So
Mhm.
YouTube, picture.
Yeah,
picture thing.
because I'm also gonna show something too. I'm glad you said YouTube fixture thing because I've been noticing some more shady crap coming from YouTube in the last several days. And yes, since I am talking about the channel today on Pop Talk, I'm going to show the current watch hours, and I'm going to tell you guys what I've been noticing. So, yes, right now in the last 28 days, female viewership is at 52.9%. Male viewership is at 47.2%, which is good. But I'm going to say this. This is, for today and for Wednesday, open panel. I am going to be doing a stream next Sunday on Christmas because I don't think anybody should ever have to be alone. And also next Wednesday, it's going to be open panel. Don't be shy. Hop on the panel. If you see that I'm going to be streaming, let's open the lines of communication. I know I got to do my part. Open the lines of communication. Say, I want to come on. I want to discuss some of the topics that you have lined up for today. Let's do it. Let's grow this community. That's another thing I want to continue to do because I've had a lot of fun doing the topic panel streams that I've done on Saturdays. Having different guests for the wrestling stream, for the video game stream, for the anime stream. Those have been fun. Those in particular have been very fun, especially being able to talk to some of the people who I watch. And for them to take their time and come on the channel, I appreciate that because they don't have to. They can look at the invitation and say, forget you. Piss off. But no, everybody who's come on has been gracious with their time. And I appreciate that. And I will continue to appreciate that for any of the panels and any member in the chat, including the Padawannabe, Jet Sparks. Yes, you, Phil. Yes, you, Phil.
I feel the love.
DJ Ronnie G. And anybody who might be lurking right now. Everybody will always be welcome on the channel. I just am looking at this and I've been thinking maybe it doesn't need to be open panel each and every episode. Does that mean that when I don't have a co-host that I'm going to have to fly solo? Yeah. Yeah. It's going to mean that I'm going to have to fly solo. And those episodes will probably be only an hour. Could I do a 2-hour show by myself? Do you want to see me do a 2-hour show by myself? I don't know if you do. And you certainly don't want me to start scripting my material on here. You've all heard me read these articles enough. You think that would be bad? I'd be sounding like William Shatner. And today, the Cubs, they actually won a game. They won a game that I didn't think they would win. I didn't think that it would happen. But Dansby Swanson knocked in the go-ahead run. And the Cubs win. That's an example. That's how bad it would be. I mean, like I said, you've heard me read articles. You don't want to hear me read a script. And another way I look at it, by reading a script, for me, I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm talking about for me. It doesn't feel authentic. What feels authentic is when I'm giving you my opinion off the top of my head at the moment. If I stutter, I stutter. No big deal. But want to give you guys the best quality content that I can. And that does mean that I am watching videos on how to do different editing techniques. Because I want this channel to grow. I want this channel to grow because of you, because of word of mouth. This isn't lip service. It's going to take time. But the work needs to be put forth. The effort needs to be put forth. If I make a mistake, call me out on that mistake. If I don't catch myself, call me out on that mistake. And with that, I'm going to welcome in Joker Voice. Are you prepared? Are you prepared in case I go into a rant and a rave?
Oh, sure. I'm all for it. And what's wrong with stuttering? There's nothing wrong with stuttering.
I wasn't making light of, I wasn't making light of it, Joker Face. I'm just saying that I know I do it.
Joker Face? Who is Joker Face?
Joker Voice, sorry.
Blooper number 1, folks. Highlight reel. Here we go.
Yeah, yes. And there will be bloopers. Of course, you've already seen bloopers. I mean, last night I called Carlos Rondon. So there you go.
Oh, is that the new acquisition of the Yankees?
Yes.
Oh, good. That's a wonderful thing. Absolutely wonderful. All the rest of you teams can just bow down, and you can talk about how great you are and blah 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 blah. You win another 20 championships, and then come talk to me, okay?
Oh, you know what? I prepared a new clip. It's an extension of an old clip, but I think it's ready.
Disrupts my coronation!
Coronation, Starscream? This is bad comedy.
Megatron? Is that you?
Here's a hint. Will anyone else attempt to fill his shoes?
Leonard Nimoy. Very nice.
Yes. I had to cut it down. Hopefully I don't get dinged for it, but that's pretty much what you're saying, isn't it, Joker Voice? That the rest of the teams in Major League Baseball are Starscream trying to rise to the throne, and the Yankees, they'll reformat themselves each and every time to be kings of baseball.
It's basically every team, every franchise in professional sports. There's only one other team in professional sports that has 20 championships, 20 plus, and that's the Montreal Indians.
Yeah. And real quick, I do want to say good afternoon to Killy Chow. How are you doing?
Roll Tide.
But yeah,
He's a Bama fan.
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Yeah.
I have to do this. How old are the New York Yankees?
How old are the new? How
Oh
old
yeah,
are the
but
new?
about how old? Over 100?
At least, yeah. I mean,
Okay, let's say 100. Let's just say 100. And they won how many championships?
28 to 27.
27. So we can say for 73 years out of that 100, they sucked.
That's almost
Wow,
one out of.
okay. I'm
That's
just saying,
better than one
out of
out of
100
every
years, 73 years, they did suck. They did win 23. Power to them. The other
27.
73, they suck.
27, Phil, 27.
That's
Okay,
Also,
three.
don't forget how dominant the
that's-
Yankees were in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, but they were printing out money.
But that's up.
When you
Yeah,
buy
and
championship.
every team does. Every
But-
team
but
buys
Phil,
their
when-
players.
Wait a
When they
minute, you
were
said
dominant
every
in the
team.
50s and 60s, free agency wasn't
No,
even
there
in
ain't no
existence.
free agency. No. But hold on. Not every team throws money in championships. My Oakland
Yeah.
A's don't throw any money, and they seem to every other year to get into near the playoffs or in the playoffs.
No,
But do they win?
your Oakland A's look just like the Pirates, tend to
The
be everybody's
Royals.
minor league system.
There
The
you
Royals.
go.
The Royals.
We develop talent for other teams. That's the
Right.
golden rule.
Right. And okay, and yeah, you can say that, and you can say, okay, so for 73 out of 100 years they sucked, that's still better than one every 4 years. I mean, name another team that has that kind of dominance, and we're especially talking in a sport where if you're successful 3 out of 10 times in a lifetime at the plate, you're a Hall of Fame. Baseball is not a high success sport.
The only thing I will give to the Yankees is that they have the ability, if they don't have something in their system, they have the ability to go get it.
Right.
And,
And so
you know,
and so do
They
and
have been known, especially the last 20, 30 years, if they don't, we need a Jason Giambi, we'll go buy him. I'll give them the credit. And their owners, or however you want to say it for the Yankees, are never
brothers.
scared to spend money. Unfortunately, my team don't even spend the full budget amount allotted by Major League Baseball.
Thank you, Keely.
We have a stadium that's so decrepit that it makes RFK look glorious. If you know what
Right.
RFK Stadium is.
Oh yeah. And again, but everyone talks about the Yankees spend the most. The Yankees spend the most. The Yankees spend the most. No, they don't. Not anymore. That's the Dodgers. That's the Red Sox. That's the
Look at
Angels.
the Padres.
The Padres. I mean, there's a lot of teams that are shelling out massive cash. I mean, the
Phillies and Trey Turner and Taiwan Walker.
Right. And so you're talking like the Yankees, which yes, for a huge, big swath of time, was the highest spending team. Now they're like 5 or 6.
Well, I always felt and still think that, in my opinion, Major League Baseball needs to have the same thing like the NFL. They have to have a limit on each team what they can spend.
They do.
They have a
I know they
luxury
do,
tax.
and they have the so-called luxury tax, but
Right.
I would prefer it to be more like football. You get an allotted amount, and that's it.
It's
Every
never
team
going
gets
to
the same.
happen. It's
It's
never going to
never
happen.
gonna
in
happen.
baseball.
I know,
It
but I
is-
said
it
I
is-
would like to. Yeah.
It is so baked in, and plus the luxury tax helps teams like the Royals, the Pirates, these Oakland, and along with the revenue sharing.
Well, unfortunately, the thing is, yes, the A's get the benefit of the luxury tax. The owner doesn't spend it. if they let's say the A's get a $500 million allotted to spend on their team, my owner has been known. I'm an Oakland A's fan. Always been an Oakland A's fan. Has been known to only spend like maybe 300 million and pocket the rest. He never
Okay.
spends the full amount ever.
And
He-
but that's not the fault of the other teams. That's the
No,
fault of
no,
your
no.
owner.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. You know, I liked football before the salary cap, but I seen the justification for it. If everybody is under equal, that everybody has the same salary cap. Right now, the way baseball stands, I don't like the rules so that an owner doesn't have to spend that extra money that he doesn't spend on his team. And he's been known not to trade players for other players or prospects. He practically sells them for cash. You know, he probably sold more of his players for cash than any owner in probably the last 30 years.
And I am willing to bet that the Oakland A's is one of a few teams that operates at a profit.
You know, it's hard to say when the team has to do a trade and they had to throw in cases of soda to restock their soda machines. So
And you know, another thing, because I've seen some videos from this last season, I find it hard to believe that the A's are making any kind of money with how low their attendance is.
Right.
that stadium that promised. I mean, look, I can see maybe redeveloping the stadium, but they ain't even going that route. That stadium is going to stay like that until the thing collapses.
And
You know,
and actually ticket sales is, as far as revenue streams go, that's really low on the list.
you know
As
there
far
was an
as-
incident this year that I never discussed on Pop Talk, but if you look on YouTube, there's a famous incident that went on that there was so few people in the stands. You know, the infamous couple video. I think you showed it to me, Mike. What happened out there in the stadium.
Huh.
We'll just
Yeah.
leave it at that. We'll
Yeah.
leave it
Bow
at that.
chicka wow wow.
In
All right.
daylight. In
Nice.
daylight.
Nice.
You know? So that shows you how decrepit not only the stadium is, but how bored the fans are. I've been suffering this the last couple of years because there's always, like, for the last couple of years, my team, opposed to you guys' team, you might have the ups and downs. My team, it's 1 year we get to the playoffs. Next year, flat out stink. Basement dweller. Next year,
Yeah.
back into playoffs, basement dwellers. And if anybody looks good, it's not okay. We're building something. No, how quick can we sell him or get something for him? So, yeah, cases of soda and actual cash.
I actually was hoping that the Cubs would have gone after Sean Murphy after letting Wilson Contreras walk. But Murphy's now part of the Braves.
Yeah, Kelly Chow. We're never going to discuss that ever again, ever. That's painful. That was really any soul that the Oakland A's had left with Matt Olson, gone.
So we all know about the news of the week.
What?
The
What happened? What happened? What? News? What happened?
DC blowing it all up. Warner Brothers blowing it all up.
I'll let you say your take because I think I'm going to be in the minority here.
And I'm going to say my take.
Okay. Yes, please.
The reason why I view it as Warner Brothers blowing it all up is because they want a clean slate.
Okay, Mike, you and I might be on the same page here now.
They have seen failure after failure with past DC movie productions, and they want to change that. I watched Black Adam yesterday on HBO Max. I could see why the movie didn't make the money they were expecting it to.
No. It's a popcorn film, but it's not very good.
Exactly. There's a lot of the same tropes.
Yep.
Nothing new. So, we have this, but you know what? I don't feel bad for Henry Cavill.
Oh God, no. No.
Oh, no,
No.
and I'll show you all why. Don't feel bad for Henry Cavill. It's okay. It's okay. He found a raft.
Oh yeah. It's called the Warhammer.
Yep. And that's what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
And as always, I am going to put the links to the various articles into the chat. They're also in the description if you want to read them at your own time. But this article comes from Bounding in the Comics.
Doing
It's
the
by
Lord's work.
Mhm. It's by John F. Trent, and it was posted on the 16th. It says Henry Cavill announces plans to develop a Warhammer cinematic universe across films and TV in partnership with Amazon.
Okay.
I know how we all feel about Amazon, especially when it comes to Rings of Power. At least I know how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
So the article goes on to say, and please take all these articles with a grain of salt. Henry Cavill announced on Instagram that he's building a Warhammer cinematic universe in partnership with Amazon.
Okay. That is a key thing right there, because Henry Cavill is also not just starring in this. He's executive producing this. He has a lot more say.
Oh, yeah. And hello, Lord Crit.
Hello.
Hello.
The article goes on to say, after a meeting with DC Studios head James Gunn, Cavill and Gunn announced that he would not be returning to the role of Superman in Gunn's new vision for the DC Universe, which that new vision is a younger Superman. I don't want a younger Superman. I'm tired of the younger Superman, to be honest. It goes on to say, Cavill wrote on Instagram, I have just had a meeting with James Gunn and Peter Safran, and it's sad news, everyone. I will, after all, not be returning as Superman. After being told by the studio to announce my return back in October prior to their hire, this news isn't the easiest, but that's life. Yep, that's life. The good, the bad, got to roll with the punches.
Okay, and this is something that Gunn said
Mhm.
prior to this. We are going to make some decisions that some of you will like and some of you will not. And a lot of folks are mad at James Gunn. And I'm like, James Gunn had nothing to do with this. This was, as Henry said, he was told by the studio. So he was told by DeLuca and Zaslav prior to Gunn and Safran being hired that, yeah, you're in, you're back, this is great. There is something in that 10-year plan that Safran and Gunn pitched to Zaslav that made Zaslav change his mind, because the only person that can override those two is Zaslav.
Mm-hmm. It goes on to say the changing of the guard is something that happens. I respect that James and Peter have a universe to build. I wish them and all involved with the new universe the best of luck. And it goes on to say happiest fortunes. The article also goes on to say he then stated, for those who have been by my side through the years, we can mourn for a bit, but then we must remember Superman is still around. Everything. All right, who's eating?
Sorry, that was my
Who's eating?
tea.
I'm
Oh,
eating too, but I'm muted, so.
All right. Everything he stands for still exists, and the examples he sets for us are still there. And, he mentions that his turn as being Superman is over.
Class act.
And of course, There's more. It says the Hollywood Reporter was the one that reported that Amazon secured the rights to the game produced by Games Workshop after months of negotiations and fending off rival companies that also sought the rights. This is envisioned as a potential film and TV play. So, again, I don't feel sorry for Henry Cavill. He's still getting paid somewhere, and that somewhere is Amazon.
That's a big. And that can write checks with lots of zeros.
Yes.
My opinion, and against, most of us do not have anything. Nobody was a fly on the wall at the meeting. I speculate that when Henry Cavill went into that meeting, personally, which makes more sense for me, is that Henry Cavill probably asked too much money to do the role. I think he walked in there looking like maybe I should get the same type of deal as The Rock, maybe even more. And they said this is financially unable to do.
Well, he is Superman.
Well, yeah, I'll give it to him. He is Superman.
And
my problem is when I have with DC today, you don't tell the man to announce you're coming back, and then 3 weeks later pull him into the meeting and say we got a different direction.
No, I think that's
where they're totally wrong.
I think that was unjustified, and I still thought Henry Cavill's Superman movie would work, and people would go see it.
Okay, and this is now, Phil. You are in the ballpark. Zaslav is known for minimizing costs but maximizing profits. So, and if I am James Gunn, I know this as well. If I am James Gunn and I want to pitch my universe. This is mine now. This is my vision for the DC universe. I want to divorce myself from anything associated with Zack Snyder. Now, that includes Henry, that includes Ben, that includes Gal. These are all pretty high. These are all fairly high price tags. This makes a lot more sense. The more this rumor is being tossed around that Jason is going to be recast as Lobo, and they're going to recast Aquaman. So this is do I like this decision? No. Do I understand it? Yes.
And I'll be honest, this is nothing new in Hollywood. They pull somebody in, and that quick they let them go for whatever reason. I don't know their reasoning behind it. I just say this: when it comes to Discovery being a part of this, I have my concerns. Very much have my concerns. I don't like anything on Discovery minus the show that they have for Deadliest Catch.
You're not supposed to. It's because Zaslav has even said that most of the shows in the network that that Discovery has are geared toward women, which is why he's very excited about HBO, because most of their target audience is men. So
I'm not sure Discovery's. I can name like about 5 off the top of my head.
This is Zaslav's words, not mine. This is Zaslav's words,
I'm just saying I don't see them as geared to women. Maybe a little bit Deadliest Catch.
This is Zaslav's words, not mine.
Yeah. I'm not blaming you, Joker. I'm not blaming you at all. I'm just saying I don't see anything right now. All right, I'm pretty sure people watch Naked and Afraid. I wouldn't say that's geared towards women. The Alaskan Bush people wouldn't think that's geared towards women.
Let's see.
And when they,
are you sure, Phil? My mother watches Naked and Afraid.
I will make no comment on that. No
There's
comment.
there is also all the stuff on like the learning channel. There's that which is part of this. You've got 90 Day Fiance. You've got Real Housewives. You've got So I Married a Mama's Boy. All these drama shows that women flock to, and there's a lot of that. So Discovery has a demographic that they kind of that a big chunk is their target demographic. Now that is not saying that the women don't enjoy shows on HBO, but the majority of their audience happens to be men. So this is just, again, this is Zaslav's words. So I take him at his word because he owns the stuff. So
I'll say this. The reason why I don't care for a reboot is because we've seen it done before. We don't need a young Superman. And most importantly, we don't need a black Superman. And I'm not being racist about it.
Jay just playing. Jay just playing just scrubbed.
Before they announced that Henry Cavill wasn't going to be back as Superman, they had some things going where they were talking about maybe even bringing back unbelievable Mr. Green Lantern, which I pretty much see that almost impossible. But
Ryan?
But if he did appear as
Ryan?
a Green Lantern, that would be a huge win for DC.
Ryan?
That would be a huge win. And
Ryan will never come back to that.
I don't think so. Like I said, I found it hard, but at least they were out there saying, rumor mill, that they were trying to get him back, just like they were trying to say they were trying to get Ben Affleck.
If they're going to do Ben might still be hanging around, but not as the bat. He's going to be behind the camera. He's going to direct. And as far as a Green Lantern goes, this is a hard reset. And Pops and I were talking about this, and Pops says that where you should go is not Hal Jordan, but most of this generation's Green Lantern, the first exposure they had, which would be Jon Stewart.
Yep, and that's who you should go with.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to appeal to today's generation, today's kids, you go with who they're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Only other thing I will add to this is DC is on thin ice. Thin ice. I mean, what they did to whatever you want to call that universe on WB, that pretty much trashed their whatever support they had from a lot of fans. That trashed it. Oh God, not that one. Oh God, that image. But
the CDD dub.
But I will be very hesitant now. They would have had me on board bringing back Henry Cavill, because to me, he is our modern Superman. Christopher Reeves, God rest his soul, is no longer around. To me, he is Superman. To me, what they did, like I said, it could have been him. It didn't necessarily have to be DC. Could have been he outbidded himself. Like I said, nobody was there. Nobody was the fly on the wall.
I wasn't there. Phil wasn't there. Joker Voice wasn't there. Crit wasn't there. We don't know. We're just fans who are speculating.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, I find it hard to believe that a company will say, go ahead and announce you're coming back to DC, only for 3 weeks later saying, yep, we're going a different direction.
Okay, that's okay. That's again. That's yes. That happens to be the timeline of events, but the way that's phrased makes it sound like they intentionally screwed over Cavill. No, Zaslav had not hired Gunn yet. He had not hired Saffron yet. This was a knee jerk. This is just me speculating. I think this was a knee jerk reaction to Henry making that 10-second shot in that 10-second shot in Black Adam. Fans going nuts and like, oh my God, this is great. Let's bring him back. Now, if Zaslav was so hard on that, the first thing he says to Gunn and Safran is, Cavill stays. And they have to abide by that. There is something in that 10-year plan that impressed Zaslav enough for Zaslav to say, you know what? Okay, I changed my mind. And the way folks are saying this, oh, they brought him back, and then in 3 weeks later, they just pulled the rug out from under him like it was intentional. No, it wasn't. Everyone needs to get off of that line of thinking. And I see so many videos that go with that, and I'm like enough with the rage bait. It is just,
well, you got to also say, because again, it's all speculation. There is the possibility they did do him dirty. That possibility is there. Again, no one knows. There's no one that can say and come out and say, yeah, I was in that meeting. I know exactly what happened. This is what happened. That's what happened. We don't know. I mean, I even threw out there to Mike, and it was more of a joke than anything. Maybe Gunn was getting paid by Marvel to go and sabotage DC.
Oh,
far-fetched. It's far-fetched. But again,
I was in the Zaslav camp a couple months ago. I was here, and I said, "Oh, he's great leadership with the with the Batgirl." But I'm changing my tune because now we're getting shows like The Mink and Westworld away from public viewing, just so they can save residuals, so we can't ever see those shows without ever again on streaming.
I mean, that's the thing, though, Crit. We were all excited at first when Zaslav was taking over. Everybody was.
Mm-hmm.
And those who weren't, well, they had good reason not to be excited. And now we're seeing that maybe some of us, myself included, we're too quick to jump the gun. No pun intended.
I think Zaslav is in a learning curve now because he has been relatively unknown, shall we say, for quite some time. He's flown under the radar of the entertainment world, and in that time built a very successful little empire. Now he's playing with the Sharks, and he's playing with much larger. He's playing with much larger dollar amounts than I think he is used to. So
yeah, it's not the Shark Week that he's used to.
Right, exactly. Well played, sir. Well played. And this is a studio that for quite some time, as Pop said, has been pissing money away to the tune of about $1 billion a month. So this is the Warner Brothers is $50 billion in debt. There needs to be some shrinking of the purse. There needs to be something, and Zaslav has shown that you don't need to spend a shit ton of cash to become profitable. Will that work here? I don't know. Do I? But do I think this is a necessary course correction for the entire industry? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, even this article here, I'm just going to skim it, but it says Warner Brothers Discovery announces that content write-offs for canceled shows and shelved movies will be higher than originally declared.
Mm-hmm.
And it even says Warner Brothers Discovery disclosed that the company's content-related write-offs will be even higher than initially announced, as per the Hollywood Reporter. Again, all these different sources, take it with a grain of salt. The company stated in a securities filing on Wednesday that it now expects to the write-offs and impairments related to content and development costs to figure between 2.8 billion and 3.5 billion.
Mm,
That is a lot of money.
yeah.
And it says that estimate is up 800 million to 1 billion from the 2 billion to 2.5 billion initially projected in October. And I'm just speculating here and I'm just speaking aloud here. I got a feeling that number is going to go a lot higher than that.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a numbers guy, but even using basic math, that number is going to go a lot higher.
Hmm.
All right.
Just thank God. Just thank God they started making Dune Part 3. And when the merger went through.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is the mess that Zaslav came into.
Mm-hmm.
People like Ann Sarnoff and Toby Emmerich were just spending, ending, and a lot of folks like to compare like the Warner Brothers to Disney. The Warner Brothers is a purely entertainment company. They don't have theme parks and cruise lines to fall back on as
Mm-mm.
backup cash. They 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 don't own live sports.
Well, they did it to themselves. I mean, as I always said, and Mike, you heard me say it 1,000 times, Batwoman, the TV show, shouldn't have went 2 episodes, let alone 2 years.
Okay,
How much money they lost during that whole period of time just with that show? Granted, it was not the only show that was bad Warner Brothers was doing, but they were willing to constantly sink money, knowing they weren't getting the TV ratings. They knew they weren't getting any support behind it. They knew they weren't getting profits for the commercials. They were practically throwing a money tree at that show.
okay. So
And
that's so
and
that
and we
that's a
went back we go back 3 months. Mike, they had the article where we saw how much they actually Warner Brothers sold it for. What was it? 230 million? Not billion,
pennies,
230 million, because they
pennies.
were only trying to recover what little costs they could. Just basic costs. Warner
Mhm.
Brothers was trying to ditch the DC, and there weren't much takers.
Well, what about the CW? That went for
That's
nothing.
that's what
Yep,
right.
that one
That's
for
now
pennies.
now and now they weren't trying to ditch DC. They were trying to ditch these bad IPs that the C Dub had on loan. I mean, and it's not just the Batwoman. It was Naomi. It was anything past season 2 of The Flash. It was anything past season 4 of Arrow. It was Legends of Tomorrow. It was all of that. So it's not they weren't trying to ditch DC. They were trying to like, oh, okay. And again, this is still we are still in this tail end of as Tom calls it, the final re. There the, this, these woke crap that has been infected Hollywood so deeply and so to the core of it for the last, I'll say, 10 years is finally starting to get rooted out. And it's just going to take a while. And we're just going to have to grit our teeth because there's stuff that was still greenlit, that is still in production that we're going to see, but things will change. Things will change.
It might not change for the better.
It's
It might not change
a
for the
pendulum
better. I mean, I
always
guess it's opinions.
a pendulum always swings back. Now I normally do not like the analogy of I don't normally do not like the analogy of of a do not like the analogy of a pendulum, because what a pendulum does, it will overcorrect. Now, I want that? No, because I do not want the opinions of Ben Shapiro in my entertainment any more than I want the opinions of AOC in my entertainment. But the pendulum is going to shift, and it's in and won't the needle will get pushed back to center, and it will happen. It has to happen because it always does happen. History has shown us this. So it's going to get better. We have seen some small examples uh, uh, of that. And we've seen, even amongst the wokiest uh, 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 of the wokes, $1 billion woke show that checked off every diversity box got snubbed, completely snubbed in the first major award show. And that's a telling thing.
There's sometimes, and I'll give you an example. Doctor Who is not coming back. I don't care if they make from here on out the best Doctor Who that we ever got. That is beyond damaged goods.
Yep. And real quick, I want to say hello to Anti-Derivative Jill, who says, hello, I am listening while doing chores. Well, thank you for being here, Jill. I really appreciate it.
No, I'm not, and Joker, doesn't look like I'm trying to take you on. I'm just stating what I see. Again, none of us are there. What I feel. And what I feel is, yes, DC can go the route of Doctor Who. And is there a possibility that they can resurrect Doctor Who? Yes, there's a possibility. But that franchise is damaged so badly that even if, like I said, if they gave you 5 good seasons of the best Doctor Who, most of the fans are not coming back. I doubt they even get half the fans to come back. And DC is on that ledge. If Gunn and crew don't pop out the best DC that we've seen, what can I say? And I will say this on the benefit of what some people will say. Henry Cavill, Jason Momoa, Godot, and Ben Affleck, even when they had them together, was not the best DC we had.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sorry. The movies were okay, but they weren't great.
The movies were meh at best.
Okay. And I'm not blaming the actors.
No,
I'm not blaming actors. You work with what you got.
Right.
So, I'm not blaming them. But where people say, well, we get Henry Cavill back as Superman, might not have been the best Superman we get back. His Superman was good, but wasn't great. So maybe they're aiming and taking a long shot and trying to make something great. But if you were to tell me the benefits of bringing Henry Cavill back, the female audience alone was worth it. But he is definitely going to pull in the females to come to any movie or show he was on. That's not I want to say speculation. That's a fact. He has the female audience.
And here's the thing, too, Phil. You could have someone like Henry Cavill, but if the script is crap, no one's going to want to watch the movie.
Yeah, that's possibility. Maybe they gave him a screen. What do they call it? It's not the actual script, but it's a treatment. Maybe they had the treatment at this movie, and Henry Cavill himself said, I'm not doing it. We don't know. There's 1,000 reasons it could have went either way or why this didn't happen. Henry Cavill could be the main reason why it didn't happen. Not just money, but he probably got looked at a treatment and said, this is not something I want to be a part of. I mean, let's be honest. We look at Black Adam, good movie, not a great movie. It didn't perform the way everybody expected. And you can say whatever. Not everybody that's involved with that movie, including The Rock, is happy with it.
No, and I was talking to someone we all know last night, and I was, just having a nice conversation. The one thing that we both agreed on was that, as far as entertainment is concerned, it doesn't matter who stars in it. Give us something that we all want to flock to. That we see a trailer for it, we go, "Oh, doesn't that look good?" And we go to see it, and we're captured by it. It gets our attention. It reels us in. It keeps our attention. It keeps us there to where we come on here. And Phil, you go see a great movie. You start telling me about it. You start telling Joker Voice about it. You start telling Crit about it. Anybody who's in the chat about it, Jill, Padawannabe, Kelly Chow, Jet Sparks, we all tell each other about it to go see it because that's what Hollywood lacks now.
Yep.
Is movie and TV shows that grab our attention and keep it.
When you bring that up, and I have to say this, and forgive me, I wish people could hear the off camera or off StreamYard talk that we do after the show in the Discord. Things that we can't say here on YouTube, but what we say, if we were able to put that on YouTube, that would be awesome, because what we discuss and what we can say goes more in depth, and what gets brought out, like I said, we speculate a lot. Everybody does, because none of us know. But ideas and thoughts that come to our heads is even more than what we can say on Pop Talk or in a allotted time. So, I wish people could see that part. I'm not arguing with anybody. Understand this. If I mention something and it seems a little bit at odds with Joker, it's not a confrontation. It's just that some things I see and what other people see, other people might not. If you're in Joker's category that thinks that DC is going to turn pretty good, God bless you. I hope you're right. And the pendulum does swing, but sometimes, like he says, the pendulum swings too far. There's some shows that we're not getting back, and Doctor Who is one of them. And as far as DC, I felt they had a chance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Henry Cavill, just for the female appeal alone, would have been a major plus in their corner. But then again, tomorrow you might find out they have a whole new universe they created, new actors, and they might blow it out of the water, or it can sink like the Titanic. And Warner Brothers and Discovery cannot afford this to be a Titanic. There's no recovery from it.
No, and here's another thing that this article mentions. Again, it's the author's opinion in some cases with this article, but there's this particular paragraph here that says, due to higher content write-offs, Warner Brothers Discovery now believes its total restructuring and impairment charges stemming from the merger of Warner Media and Discovery will be between 4.1 billion and 5.3 billion. That's a lot of money. So how do you make up some of that money? How do you ease your wallet? You got to cut things. I mean, right now we can all say that we all can't afford all these streaming services that are out there. I know I can't.
All I need is Freevee, so I could watch In the Heat of the Night, and that's pretty much the only show I watch.
It's a good show. I enjoy it.
Freevee, you can get for free on your app.
Mm-hmm. And of course, it also mentions in this article the filing did not mention any new further so far unreported cancellations of TV or film projects leading to the higher write-offs. In recent weeks, however, the company has terminated or pulled several titles from its services, including Westworld. And of course, it also mentions the Nevers, and it says, meanwhile, James Gunn and Peter Safran's has yet to be unspecified plans, although at the time this was written, they were unspecified. We know what they are now. at least to a certain degree. I mean, we know that Snyderverse is gone and Cavill is gone. And of course, it also mentioned excuse me, sorry, a sequel to this year's Black Adam also seems unlikely due to the film's underperformance at the box office. Not surprising. Like I said, the film's not all that great. And as Joker Voice mentioned, it's a popcorn flick. So yeah, Warner Brothers needs to right the ship. Will they do the right thing by making the right moves to right the ship? We're just gonna have to wait and see. It's a waiting game.
For me, I would have felt a lot better if Warner Brothers Discovery, if they're going to say, look, we're scrapping everything, starting fresh, that's all well and good. But then again, they have some movies very questionable getting ready to come out. And I know a lot of people say, well, they need to throw it out there even if it makes a little bit of money. At this point, don't throw out the movies if you're not sure it's going to be a hit, because that might damage whatever great movies that could be coming from Gunn. The lingering effect. Let's say they throw out that Flash movie, hypothetically. All right, just hypothetically.
Okay.
And there's enough backlash. It doesn't make a profit. Let's say it just breaks even. Then they come out with Gunn's version of whatever new superhero movie they're going to put out there. And they had it probably great, but you don't want the effect of what like Solo did to the next Star Wars movie. To what I ain't going to say it did play effect, but maybe some little residual.
Well, I can explain. Solo would have made money. The thing is, it's not that no one wanted to go see it. It was just released in a busy one. It was released in a really busy summer, because I think Infinity War playing that year, and
I believe it was.
Yeah. And then again, it was released after what many consider to be the worst Star Wars movie ever made, and not just a year. It was 6 months after, and no one knew it was coming out. So they didn't even have a trailer attached to The Last Jedi, as far as I know. The first trailer was in the Super Bowl.
The director, what's his name? Richie Cunningham, the guy who played
Ron Howard.
Ron Howard. He walked into that. I mean, remember, he had to do, what was it? Almost 90%, practically redo the whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
And you put him in a box right there, but then you limited his ability by saying, by the way, you got like 4 months before we have to release this. This has to be there, done in 4 months. Normally, movies take a longer period of time to make. And even if he's redoing 90% of the movie, is 4 months been enough? No, I don't even, for what he did and what we got, it's a miracle it was good as it was. Yeah. And sometimes that happens to directors, but you know what happens? I mean, even here, Gunn can do a great movie, actors do a poor job. Who's the first people going to get blamed? The director.
Yeah, and here's another thing. If the movies don't do well, people aren't going to take time to go to the theaters. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because this week, the local theater that's in my area where I used to be able to pay $7 to go see a movie is unfortunately closing for good. Their reasoning is lower attendance and higher cost. Also a projector issue. So unfortunately, they have to close. And it's a sad day because the owners, this particular theater has been in the family for 104 years. Yes, it's not the same building as it was when it first started, but 104 years, a family owned and operated local theater that would show one movie. Depending on the movie, it would be there for either a week or 2 weeks, where you can go in and get your popcorn for $2, soda for $2. So pay a total of $11, $7 for the ticket, and go see a movie. It was great, but unfortunately, low attendance and higher costs have killed it.
And let's be honest, even back in the day, when I say back in the day, I'm going to the 70s. So I grew up then in the 80s. Even when the economy's good and you do have extra cash to spend, how many blockbuster movies you going to go see in the movie theater during a year? One, two, max maybe three. You know, there are reasons sometimes movies fail is because just like Crit says, when you put them in that blockbuster, oh, we're going to do it in the summertime, everybody's fighting for the same pieces of the pie. And sometimes great movies in that competition doesn't perform well because you can only have maybe one or two blockbusters at the same time. You know, three, you're pushing it, and four, there's no chance. Just the way that's how that rolls.
Well,
I know that that's how it rolls, but getting back to the local theater closing, I can remember because I've been in my area for 25 years, and I can remember going into that theater and it would be packed. It didn't matter what the movie was; it would be packed. You want to know why? Because people would rather pay, $3, $5, $7 to go see this one movie at this theater instead of driving 20 miles to the bigger movie theater and paying $9, $10, $15 to go see a movie.
I was always grateful that at the time we had dollar movies. You spend $1. The cinema normally made the money not by the dollar, by what you purchase, the popcorn, the soda, the candy, and so forth. But that faded out because your rentals of your videos, you can watch them at home. So that killed the dollar theaters. As far as like the big ones, like the Regals and the mom and pops that have to compete with them. If you're in the area and you have a mom and pop competing with a Regal or AMC, what do them theaters do? Well, we'll do the matinee. Well, we can drop the price of maybe a $10 movie ticket down to 4 or 5. Mom and pops, they can't afford to do a cut like that. They might have to charge us $7.
Yeah, but Phil, what I'm saying is when I have to go to this theater that's on the beach and pay $15 for a ticket, I'd much rather pay $7 for a ticket that Pioneer Theater was charging.
I agree. I agree 100. But it's just the math. It's kind of, I hate to use this analogy. It's the Walmart syndrome. Walmart comes in there and competes with the local competition, and then they drive them down. And then once Walmart drives the competition to maybe a city might have 7 stores down to 3, then you'll notice Walmart changed their pricing in the local area. It was after they killed the competition, you don't have anything. And mom and pops, whatever business it is, could be tools, movie theaters, small time stores. They're always the ones that suffer, unfortunately.
Yep.
Always.
And
But they can't flex like they can. They can't flex.
no, like I said in the announcement, they did cite higher costs for showing the movies and to run the theater. And I went and saw Top Gun Maverick in this theater, not once but twice, and that was the best experience I have. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because Anti-Derivative Jill is saying, I never saw Solo. I'd go to theaters if I was excited to see something. I went for Maverick. That's the thing. Again, getting back to Warner Brothers. If you give us something that we can get excited about, we'll go see it. If you give us, a product that we're not very enthusiastic about, well, guess what? We're not going to go see it.
I'll use an example. The very first Pirates of the Caribbean didn't get much advertisement, but people were talking about it. And the word of mouth is what started driving people in droves to go to the theater to see Pirates of the Caribbean. You didn't have, in that first one, you didn't have Disney doing a lot of advertisement for that movie. Again, they never expected it to be a hit. The only intent that movie had was to get a little people notoriety to say, When I go to Disney World, I want to go to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. That was the whole purpose of that movie.
That's the purpose of most Disney films now.
Yeah. But that movie became so big, unexpectedly. And again, I don't even remember in my local area. I'm in the Philadelphia, DC, Baltimore area. If there was advertisement, I didn't see it. I don't even recall seeing a commercial or a flick for one to say, go see the Pirates movie. Matter of fact, I forgot the movie I did go see before Pirates. I didn't even see it in the, when they had the show, what they call trailers of other movies. I didn't see one for Pirates of the Caribbean. I didn't see one.
I went and saw Pirates because of the word of my mom and my sister. They went and saw it. And when they were talking to me, they were all, Mike, you got to go see it. Do you want to go see it with us? They were excited to go see it again. That's what movies used to do.
I went to see it 3 times. I saw it once in the theater, and then I was happy enough to buy the DVD and played can I say hell out of it? Yeah, I did.
Yeah. You can curse here.
Well, I get traumatized by who. I get in trouble for saying damn. So.
and real quick, I do want to say hello to Nova Vaughn. He says, "Hey there, Pacific. So your change is a new avatar." No, go back to the beginning of this live stream, and you'll hear what the changes are. And Joker Voice, I see that you've got a scoot. So, is there anything that you'd like to promote?
Oh, let's see. Do I have a YouTube channel? Oh, yes, I do, as a matter of fact. Tomorrow morning, new video drops. Just my own thoughts based on Phase 4 or Phase 4 and the panic button that has been set at Marvel with the stuff in the trades. If we're to believe that, there is restructuring going on for Phases 5 and 6. I give 7 simple little tips that could possibly save the Marvel. This is just my thoughts from having conversations with others. And then Thursday, just before Christmas, I'm gonna do something special for all y'all. I'm gonna read "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" in full Joker glory.
Nice. And Jet Spark says, "I'm at the theater, signing off. See you guys later. Enjoy Devotion. I'd love to hear your reaction to it." And is there anything else you'd like to say, Joker Voice?
Also, Legion Talk Mondays and Fridays, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Monday, we're going back to the world of the Westeros. We're talking Game of Thrones Season 1. We're doing Episode 7. And then Friday night, for Friday night's Royal Rumble, Mike has been a guest on there numerous times. It's a fun time talking about the week in pop culture. And
excellent.
I just want to thank you guys again for having me on.
Anytime. And do you have Legion's link?
I don't off the top of my head. I can hang out for just a few seconds and then grab it and I'll toss it in the private chat.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, because I don't have it up at the ready right now.
Gotcha. All right, guys. But have a wonderful time, guys.
Thank you for being here, Joker Voice.
All right. Later.
Later, brother. All right. So, and I'm going to give this choice to you guys. What do you want to talk about next?
I'm open for anything besides whale stickers on tower computers.
Oh, leave Crit alone. Leave Crit alone.
I'm looking for anything that isn't Star Trek 5.
I hate you.
Yeah. By the way, I have a surprise for you.
Your pain runs deep.
What do you know of my pain?
Let us explore it together. Each man hides a secret pain. It must be exposed and reckoned with. It must be dragged from the darkness and forced into the light. Share your pain. Share your pain with me.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
The pain.
Now ask yourself, in that role, if it had been, what's his name, that Scottish actor,
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery, could he have done that role better? I kind of say no. I really feel that feeling when he says, share your pain, release your pain. I thought that actor did a wonderful job.
And
Don't hate me.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have just put in the link to Legion Talk. Please go over and subscribe there. Ryan's a great host, and Joker Voice and Hijabi Gamer are a great part of it, as is Rogue Attraction.
I'm now Patrick Stewart as
And I've seen all three of those things from there.
Well,
That
you
gave
know
me
what?
nightmares. That gave me nightmares.
Real quick, do you want to talk about Mid Journey?
Oh yeah. Oh man. Mid Journey is a trip. There's so much to talk about. Well, I mean, look at our avatars. Oh, Phil's not using his. I
refuse, and I'm not giving you permission to use that
use
likeness of me. Nope, I'm not doing it. Nope. Not even for coupons. Nope. Not doing it. Nope.
Ever want to see what William Shatner would look like as Obi-Wan Kenobi?
I see.
Here you go.
Or look at the pain that he's in. The pain.
Should find the one where we turned Paul into Chad if he actually played hard mode. So
let me check and see if I saved it. I don't know if I saved it.
Just so the people out there know, they've been doing this for days. It's been nonstop, and yeah, the hurting has not stopped.
What? I've been having fun with it. Well, while I look for Paul's, I'll go ahead and show another one I did recently.
Mm-hmm.
Just having fun. You can find the Mid Journey Discord.
He replaced Optimus Prime. He pulled a Rodimus Prime. I can't believe it.
Spock as a Jedi. Seems logical.
He likes science.
Not that Spock, Phil. Come on, man. I'm trying to keep the show in a good mood. I already went on my rant.
I couldn't resist.
Oh man, come on, Phil.
And that image and that voice and that sound is stuck in your head now. I like science.
Oh, thanks a lot.
I mean, if you're a science officer, isn't that kind of like given that you like science? Do you really need to pronounce it and advertise it out? No, everybody knows you're a science officer. Yeah.
Oh gosh, Phil. You know, I try to keep everybody happy, and you have to brain up. Yeah. I can't even mention the name. It's so bad.
Picard is Snoke. It's just I can't believe it.
Well,
I like the other one, the other image of that you did with Picard as Snoke. Show the other image on your thing there.
Here's one that you did, Brett.
That's you know what I just put in? I just took a Paul's picture and then I put Wesley Crusher, and that's all I did. I put in. I didn't put. That's
so Phil. He literally is Wesley Crusher. Oh gosh, that's nightmare fuel.
I've been saying that for how many months now, and yeah, the computer program agrees with me. That's all I have to say.
Oh, we haven't.
Wesley. Let's all say that together. Wesley. It just traumatizes.
Oh god! I think I'm gonna throw up now. Oh god!
Crit, show that other picture of Snoke, Patrick Stewart as Snoke.
Oh,
Not
I have a new one I made.
Ooh, let's see the new one.
Hold on, I'm making it. I'm
Here,
editing it a
real
little bit.
quick. I know Phil's not going to show it, but I'm going to show it.
No, you're not. Oh no, not that hard creation you came up with.
Yeah.
No. People don't look. Close your eyes. Don't look.
Phil McCracken, everybody.
no. Are them glasses large enough? Or do I need larger?
You tell us, Phil. You tell us.
All I have to say when I see that is
But-
what happened. This is what happened to the elf that wanted to be a dentist.
Let me go ahead and put the link to the Mid-Journey Discord. This way, if folks want to join it, they can. And see what they can come up with.
Awful. Utterly abuse. And I would never dye my hair green. That's awful.
All I
see.
did was put Billy Barty as Boy Wonder Robin. That's what came up.
And Jill's 100% right. Leonard Nimoy is the only Spock. All right, let me go back to
Where's that
other pictures.
Where's that dastardly cash money, by the way?
I don't know, but I'm gonna go ahead and show folks the chin, also known as cash money.
The chin.
All right, here we go. The chin.
He looks like a malnutrition version of the Kane. You know, this is what happens when Kane doesn't eat for a couple days.
He's like a character from The Watchmen. It looks-
And notice that his mask that he's wearing is red.
Yeah, I was gonna say it
red.
looks like Kane's mask.
Uh-huh.
Just some alterations to it. And... All right.
All right. Prepare
Here,
yourselves.
here. I got Chad Paul. Here we go. Paul's gonna say, "I'm gonna get you for this specific." I fully expect that. Here we go, folks. Master Paul, the Star Wars guys, or as we're calling him, Chad Paul.
I got a much better picture of
Okay.
Picard Snoke. Prepare yourselves.
All right, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. All right, here we go. Make it so.
Make it so. It's so evil.
This is justification that proves that Patrick Stewart is Snoke. Even the shine on the top of his head.
Make it so, number one. The first Federation order will rule the Alpha Quadrant.
Yeah.
I know I'm making it sound more like Gowron. I apologize.
The one thing I do notice, this image here,
Yeah.
doesn't have hair. He's totally 100% bald. What someone should have told Patrick Stewart while he was playing Picard, he needed to shave his whole entire head. It would have had an awesome appearance. To me, it would have been just as big as when the actor that played William Riker grew his beard. And we won't talk about that last Star Trek Next Generation movie where someone, I don't know who, should be taken and shot for telling him to shave that beard.
And here's a picture Cash made of Kevin Conroy as Batman.
And if you have any more, go ahead and show them. I'll be right back.
He'll be right back.
Ooh, now we get to take over the show. Only thing is, why is the hooded Kevin Conroy as Batman? Why does he have yellow eyes?
Maybe he's I don't know.
Okay, just curious.
I got some more Paul pictures.
Show them.
Let me see here. Paul. This was Paul if he was played by Don Louise.
I think that's the most authentic look of Paul that we got. That is an expression. That is a wonderful job, Crit. Wonderful job. What do you mean? What do you mean there's woke stuff in my Star Wars? What do you mean we can't watch Snake Eyes? You did a great job there.
Yep. I also did a great job with this.
Oh, that's hard. That's hard. Okay, I can understand giving me big ears as an image, but why do you have to give me even on top of the cap elf ears? Why do I have to have 2 ears? And what is that gold thing sticking out of his left shoulder?
I don't know.
This is how they dress people up old when they're old in a convalescent home. This is what happens. Right there. What's the third image of that you did of me there? There's a third one.
A third?
Yeah, you did 3 images.
Let me see here. I did some Lemmy ones.
Okay, where's the mole? You gotta have the mole with the hair sticking out. He has a big mole on his left cheek? Yeah, he's supposed to have a mole, and it has like 5 gigantic hairs that grow out of it. And you can see live images of the concerts where he's performing. The air is blowing and the hair gets caught in the wind, and you see the mole hair like an octopus.
It looks like he
prey.
Looks like he went to like Cyberpunk or something.
that the 2 on the right. That looks like a crazy looking lemon.
Yeah. Robert De Niro as Gimli.
Oh no. I kind of looks like his attempt to be Moses.
Yeah, I could see it, and then I don't even know what this is. This is like Lemmy turned into a pirate, turned into a crime lord. I don't know. Oh yeah, I made a cinematic version of the Mexican Iron Man fight.
The one against Paul.
I'm gonna go ahead and full screen that one.
I made 2 of those actually. I did one that was like cinematic, and then I did one
let's just say that in that fight, Paul was way overmatched. Way. It was like a Jedi Master versus a young Padawan.
And I did one on Mustafar. If you could call that Mustafar. All right, let's make some. Does anyone have any like suggestions on a picture? Like, just say anything you want.
Yeah,
like Master Paul as Zeus or something.
Master Paul as Gollum.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is one I did. Megatron as Darth Vader.
Oh,
I did like that one. I thought they were cool. But Master Paul as Gollum.
You've done it now. I'm doing it. I'm doing that. Wait. Do I have the picture where he's like, "Yes, you will watch Godzilla" or something? Okay. I'm sorry, Paul. We have to do this to you. for your own good.
This seems to be the only way. I fully expect Paul to get back at me for this. I fully expect him to say, Pacific, the other night on Pop Talk, the other day on Pop Talk, you did something. Well, I wasn't alone. Doesn't matter. It was your show. You did it.
No, you can blame Phil for this because he's the one who said it.
Yeah, you can blame me. I even got an idea for you to do Cash Money.
Cash
You'll be
Money.
doing me a great flavor. If you do this after Paul, you do Cash Money. Cash Money as Lennon.
All right, I'm doing it.
All righty.
I just want to state for the record, people, it might sound like I'm an evil influence, but I'm a saintly man. I am not the devil. Not the devil. Don't listen to that part. I'm never the devil. They do things willingly.
Not me.
I'm a saint.
Here's another one I did. Gods and goddesses in armor with lightning in the background.
I'd like that. I especially like the one on the bottom right corner. Think that's awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna say this one I don't mind it so much. I'm not crazy about this one, but these bottom two.
Yep. And to me, I'll be honest, that bottom left one, if someone's doing a visual of a Thor, that's my idea of Thor. Yeah. That right there is my idea of Thor.
I can't wait to see what Crit has made for us. Oh gosh, the way he's laughing. All right, well, while he's the crazy bad scientist, I'm gonna show one more creation that I did. Raquel Welch as Batgirl.
She would have did a beautiful Batgirl. Beautiful.
Listen to that laugh. It's that mad scientist putting those ingredients together. All he needs is that lightning to strike and bring the creature to life.
I've created something so dastardly, so evil that I'm upscaling it. I'll give you
Okay. All right. I will give it those moments it needs to process.
All right, here we go. Master Paul as Gollum from Lord of the Rings.
What? I can only see the preview and I'm laughing. I fully expect Paul to come after me. Oh God, that's them nightmares. It's good that I'm not going to bed after this. Oh, jeez. Poor Paul.
It's look like the third one looks like he's getting corrupted by the ring.
My precious. My precious.
Not to reveal too much, but we do know that Paul works in the cave, so this is perfect. Perfect.
Oh boy.
Somebody needs to send this to his Discord and say, Paul, try not to work too hard. This is what happens. But that third one, that bottom one to the left, oh my God, looks like he's having a bad day. He's having a bad day. The other one, the second one, top right, that's going to be Paul's expression when he sees us and says, Mike, what have you done?
But yeah, if you want to create your own masterpieces or nightmare fuel, it's the Mid-Journey Discord. Oh gosh.
Did we finish with the cash money?
Oh, cash money.
Oh.
What did you say?
Wait.
You want cash money?
Lenin.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Yes, cash money. I said it. Lenin.
All right. Well, while we're waiting on that, I'm going to show another one that I did. Kurt Russell as Han Solo. So let me pull that up. And here you go. Kurt Russell as Han Solo.
He could have pulled it off. But they had before Harrison Ford, the guy that was in Running, was the guy who played in that movie that played Buddy Holly. I can't think of his name. Yeah, I would definitely went with Harrison Ford and definitely Kurt Russell, but Gary Busey, I can't tell you his name. Not the dude from but he has a similar name like him. He actually played that guy in The Mandalorian that goes, I have spoken. I just can't think of the name of the actor.
I'm drawing a blank right now. Wait, no, I think you're right. Gary Busey.
Yep. He actually was in the running for Han Solo.
All right, here I go.
All right, Chris.
I'm making it now.
And once it's finished, send it to send a message to Cash and say, this is what Bill McCracken made me do.
And yes, Raquel Welch was my first crush, so I did do another one. And I typed in Raquel Welch as Tila, and this is what it came up with. So let me bring it up here. And that's Tila from Masters of the Universe. Again, this is all done by AI, but this is what it came up with.
There's not a role Raquel Welch could have done that. Just her looks alone would just, it's passable. She could have played that lady that played in that Conan the Barbarian. What's her name? Conan's love interest, Valera. She could have played Valera. I mean, you name any role out there, even today. That lady had the looks.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not a bad role she could not get that her looks would just.
All right, Chris, what do you got for us? What do you got for us?
I did it, Cash.
What the hell?
Bottom right, the bottom left, excuse me. That is picture perfect Cash Money.
Oh wow.
Hello, comrade.
Oh wow. I can hear Cash out. Okay, well, boy.
This is what Bill McCracken put you up to? Really, guys? Really? Yeah, that's Cash Money right there. That's Cash Money. Everything. Look, you know what makes the third one on the bottom left corner look so great? It's another image of Lenin on a statue behind him, proving more to the point that Cash Money is Lenin. Thank you.
And to answer your question, Jill, it's called Mid-Journey.
Yeah, it's Mid-Journey.
Britt was the one that told me about it and checked it out. Of course, you get, I believe it was 25 free creations. Well, I went through all 25.
It was that you guys were going on. What is it now? 2-3 days now making stuff. Got one more for you, Crit. One more. Baron as Chewbacca.
Oh no! Oh no!
I can hear Baron now. What? What? You guys have Pop Talk and you spent most of the show creating Mid-Journey creations? And you create me as Chewbacca?
And if Chewbacca is getting blamed, I might as well dig the hole as deep as I can all the way to China and fill it up with good stuff. Baron as Chewbacca.
I'm making it right now.
All right. We will see what the mad scientist and the AI come up with.
I'm gonna hear the end of it.
This is early Christmas for me. This is early Christmas.
This is part of Pop Talk, just having fun. Because I'll be honest, one of the other reasons why I'm having watch parties is because there are times I just get tired of talking about all the bad stuff that's happening in Hollywood and with all the woke stuff and everything. I want to have fun. I want to have the watch parties where we can watch a movie and relax and enjoy it, and just have casual conversations.
Hello, Leia Rose.
And hello to Leia Rose. Welcome. How are you doing this Sunday before Christmas?
It's coming up.
Oh gosh.
Oh no.
Oh god.
He looks like an Ewok. So far, I'm looking at.
No. We don't want Baron to be an Ewok.
He looks the picture.
We want him to look like he's ready to tear our arms out.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You gotta see this,
ladies and gentlemen. Prepare yourself, Baron. I'm sorry, man. Okay. No. I will say I like the first one on the top left because it looks like he's getting ready to come and kick our ass and rip our arms out.
The second one on the top right looks like I did something. You guys don't want to know what I just did.
Oh, poor Baron. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up using this as his avatar.
My goodness. What have we made? What have we done?
Well, hey, you did it. You did it.
You guys the ones that recommended it.
You can tell them I did this. I was the one who suggested this.
Oh, right. We're all instigators.
Yes, we are. Now you know the truth, people.
He's
it's not
Baron
always
Sanson, so he gets shot in the back a dozen times. It doesn't fall over.
I have one more for you, Crit. One more. And trust me on this. It's going to be hard, but you can do this. Cash Money is Santa Claus. Cash Money is Santa Claus. That running mode of the Baron Chewbacca, awesome.
Yeah. Make sure he does see this because I do want to hear his reaction.
All right, now that hold on, you brought it up.
Oh no, see, he could be watching right now.
Now I'm interested. I'm gonna do Baron as an Ewok.
Oh no, Crit, why? Why? Leave it alone. He looks awesome. Leave it alone. No, no, no.
If only I had a picture of
gosh.
Phil, and not Phil. You.
I tell you what, maybe around Christmas I will show you an up-to-date picture, and then under the conditions that we put a warning sign that the ladies out there don't fall in love with me, because I don't want to be responsible for breaking hearts. I'm not a heartbreaker. I'm a nice
He's
guy.
gonna put on a Halloween mask. You know it.
I wouldn't do that. I will promise decent.
It's on-
Let's see Baron as a Wookiee.
No,
No, I mean as a what do you call it, the half thing.
And thank you, Leia.
As an Ewok.
Crit
Yeah,
actually made
Ewok.
it
Let's
using
see the
mid
Ewok.
I put it up. I put it.
Let's see the Ewok.
Oh my god!
That bottom one on the left corner looks like, oh my god, what do you guys do? But that first one, look at that belly. You just want to reach up and scratch it. You just want to reach up and scratch it.
No, you know what I want to see, Crit? I want to see Baron as a warrior of the Klingon Empire.
Yeah, show us one of that. Klingon. A Klingon Pacific.
A Klingon Pacific. Okay.
Well, a Klingon Pacific and a Klingon Baron. Because depending on how it turns out, it'll either be good or it'll be nightmare fuel. But either way,
Don't do
Glory to you and your house.
Don't do a Paul as a Klingon, because we don't want to insult the Klingon race, because I have to admit, if you're playing on easy, you cannot be a Klingon. No. You can be a Ferengi. You can do Paul as a Ferengi, but you can't do him as a Klingon.
I got. You guys put this. I got some devious plots in the making.
wait, what?
Again, you can use Midjourney, everyone, but you only get 20 pictures. If you can get a 200 more if you pay $10. I pay $10 because I love using this. So, but $10 a month, unless you get there's a further plan. I think is it 15 because that's where you get unlimited. But I don't think you really need unlimited. It's unless you do pictures all day.
And here's the link to Midjourney again, to the Midjourney Discord.
I got some devious plots coming up, so.
And Leia once went it with Baron as Captain Picard.
Oh my god, that would be hard. First of all, I can't picture Baron bald. I just can't picture that. That doesn't. It's not for this universe. Altered universe.
So again, this is one of the last pictures Crit did with Baron as an Ewok. He looks like a pissed off Ewok.
That fourth one in the bottom corner, right corner, doesn't look like an Ewok. It looks more like Mouse Boy. He looks like a mouse with the nose.
He's looking at us going, "You guys are screwed. All of you. All of you are screwed."
I'm putting all the stuff in the Discord.
Oh gosh. And the thing is, Barrett's not even here to enjoy this. Neither is Paul.
They can suffer alone because they will be suffering. I just know one thing. When Cash Money sees his image as Lennon, yeah. divine justice. That's all I will say.
Well, maybe to you, Phil.
That's all. But see, I'll take all the blame for everything just because he did that for me. The cash money is Lenin was beautiful. I was going to go with Stalin, but I'm being nice. Let's do Lenin.
Phil, being nice. There's a thought.
Yeah. I do.
It's a scary thought, but it's a thought.
But I just want to state this. I don't want to bury my opponent. I just want to get him incapacitated. Get them incapacitated, and you can keep them around and let the suffering keep on going. If you bury them, it's over.
And this is all being done in fun, folks. It's not malicious.
No, we're only teasing each other. We do this all the time. Again, if you see, if we could ever show and you guys could hear what goes on off the StreamYard.
We razz each other and.
We can't show you guys. You guys can't watch it or hear it because YouTube. But
yeah,
man, it's 10 times better than what we got because we're limited. When you're unlimited, you can.
All right, I'm making it. What do you got? What they wanted? Cash is
Santa Claus. La 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 la.
No, what was Big Leia's rose?
She wanted Baron as Captain Picard.
Baron as Captain Picard. Okay, I'll get. Give me a minute. I got so many requests.
And don't forget about making Baron and I Klingons.
Yeah, Klingon.
Okay. All right. Here you are as a Ferengi.
The fuck is that? Oh my god! The fuck is that? Oh my god! That is not what I asked for.
Looks like a Ferengi sitting on the Jedi Council.
What? That is not what I asked for, Crit. Jeez, man.
But that top right, I can't stop looking at his ears. Look at his ears.
God.
You know what?
I gotta play this clip. I'm gonna play this clip. Not all of it, just a little bit of it.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
All I want to know is, Mike,
You look like a leprechaun.
Did you have a thing for what was his name, Mr. T? Was you got the awful look there, Mohawk. The only thing missing is your gold chains, but
My God. I am not using that as a new avatar. Hell no.
Look at them wrinkles. Look at them wrinkles.
All right. Compare that. Compare Nightmare Fuel to this. Which is better?
Better looking. The other one's better looking. This thing that we're hearing is scaring the children.
Oh, come on.
Get it off. Get it off. We can't deal with it. Take it
No. You think that you see, I can't even form a sentence. You think that this
beautiful, especially even that. Oh, look, yeah. Except for that one with the tear in the eye, green tear.
You look Klingon.
That's supposed to be me as a Klingon?
Yes.
Where are my forehead ridges?
I don't know. Top on the right, you have a big ridge or indentation going into your forehead.
I mean, I can't even form a sentence.
The bottom right one looks like you're constipated and you're trying to let something out, but it's okay. I can go with it.
Of course,
They
you
have the
can go.
Road Warrior type look into it. You know, you could be part of the
That's all I'm. That's all I'm missing on most of them is the face paint.
Yeah. That's all you have to do is say,
Ah.
"Oh, what a rush!"
I don't know if that's something I want to say, Phil.
Yeah, beautifully
I mean-
done, Crit. Beautifully done.
No.
That-
This
This is
There you go.
horror. This live thing we're seeing.
genuine
right here is
article.
horror.
the genuine article, folks.
Look. The only way to settle this, we got to get a family member. So someday, maybe one day, his sister.
No.
can send a message.
No.
I think she would agree with us.
No. She wants no part of this.
Leia Rose is a female out there. Woody, would you say this that you see on the screen, or the Klingon images?
No,
Vote for this. Vote for
And you
this.
know
No,
Leia Rose is gonna say
no,
the Klingon.
they would. She want the Ferengi. She want.
Oh. Oh gosh, you guys.
There we
No.
go.
No. Crap. That's nightmare fuel.
Leia, what do you think of that top right-hand corner one right there with the big ears? They want someone to rub his ears. You know, it's beautiful. You can rub his ears, and he's in a happy land. Or no, don't put the glasses on. That's not
Even
gonna save
with the
you.
glasses
That's not
on, I
gonna
still look good.
going to save you here.
Right?
No, take
Right?
the glasses off. Come on.
No.
You see this? We got him to try to change his image, so he tried to go sophisticated and put the glasses on.
Good God.
The horror.
Yeah, that is.
I think I picked the wrong one.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
I'll just say, don't go to Pennsylvania. That was a wrong picture.
I'm getting that off.
That image up
I'm
there.
getting that off the screen. Shit. He exited. He left.
He'll be back.
There he is.
Well, Crit will always be back.
Definitely press.
Okay, since he did the glasses, Crit, you have to do this. Mike, as I'm going to be nice here. He's going to be Albert Einstein.
As Cyclops.
Albert
As Cyclops.
Einstein.
No,
Do
as
it.
Cyclops.
No,
as Cyclops.
Albert Einstein. Mike, it's Albert Einstein.
As Cyclops from X-Men.
No,
Don't
no,
give me
no,
don't
put
give me a
Cyclops.
one-eyed freak.
At the end, be what that was, Phil, if you want.
Oh, I got you. I see now. I see. And it, you know, that is right on. The funny thing is, I think that's actually how he left. I gotta be nice. Everybody's a beautiful person except for Mike looking like a Klingon. I mean, excuse me, a Ferengi.
Look at me right now.
Horror.
Don't you ever say that again.
Mike as a Ferengi is a perfect image that should go treading worldwide. That's all you need to
You
do
better
is
not post that anywhere, Crit.
get the voice there. Now to give us the voice of it.
I am. Oh no! No! I'm not doing the devil's bidding. I am not doing the devil's bidding.
It's already there. It's already done. Great.
I am not doing the bidding of the devil.
I am not.
No.
Okay, I have a tendency. Maybe I have a horn sticking up
Yes,
my halo,
you
but I
are.
am not the
Yes,
devil.
you are.
Great, Mike as
Cyclops from X-Men.
no,
Please.
he's got to be. You got to be. What's his name? The scientist.
Doc Brown.
No. The real scientist that I said. I forgot his name. See, this is what happens when you get old and you're having fun. You
Baron.
forget things.
I still gotta do Baron as Captain Picard.
Look at that. Don't you want to reach out and just scratch his belly?
No,
Just wanna scratch his belly.
I don't know what he's gonna do to me.
In your case, since you're looking like a Ferengi, he might bite your hand. But I just want to scratch and pet him, and maybe give him a treat. Oh my God!
What the hell did you do to me? Okay, all right. That's it. No.
The top second one, the top right one.
Just cock.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
We don't want you to die, Mike. We want you to stick around to have more of this, especially that second image on the top right. It's like, what do you guys just say? What'd you say?
Good God, I don't even want to use that as an avatar.
It's like you're a rejected superhero.
Yeah. Though
All right,
I would say that bottom left one looks pretty cool. I can see it. Mike as a superhero on steroids, working for Vince McMahon. How about a raise? You're fired. Well, there you go, right there.
No. I like this one a lot better. I'm getting that hideous image off the screen.
Crit, Mike as that scientist I told you.
Wait a minute. Why is this pick on Mike? It's my show. If anything, Phil.
All right, I'll do my. See, if I can dish it, I should be able to take it. Crit, once you're done all this, use that image of me that you have and just type in leprechaun.
No. Phil as a toad.
It has to be
Phil
Pacific.
as a toad.
Has to be Pacific. All right.
Phil as a toad.
Why do I have to be a toad? I don't like toads. I don't like reptilians.
Why do I have to be a hideous looking, non-Ferengi looking thing?
I don't know.
What?
That looks pretty Ferengi to me.
All right. You asked for it. Leia Rose, Baroness Captain Picard.
Ooh.
Make it so. Interesting.
I like the top left corner one because the beard isn't a full beard. It's top in the
It
middle.
looks like Scrooge.
Well,
We'll be getting
speaking
no
of
Christmas presents this year. None.
Speaking of Scrooge, we are going to be watching A Christmas Carol, the one from 1984, on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
I like the one that has George C. Scott as Scrooge. He played a good Scrooge.
We didn't say any gay words.
Gay words. Define gay.
Yeah, that came out of
man-loving men, or slur. I don't know, gay words. I don't.
Who knows? Who knows? Probably just a troll.
Gay.
Mike as Albert Einstein.
No, you've abused me enough.
We are not abusing you. We're improving you. Improving.
Right.
Look, there's Kathy Skywalker.
Hello, Kathy. Hello.
Show the Ferengi Mike, and let's get her opinion.
Let's not.
Mike.
Let's not. Hello, Kathy. Good to have you here.
Are you saying I would influence Kathy's decision and choices?
Yes. Well, let's take another look at Baroness Picard.
The bottom left one looks like he's very sophisticated and intelligent.
Isn't Baron sophisticated and intelligent? I think so.
All up until his cat decides, or if you want to call it a cat, decides to jump up there with him.
Well, wait a minute. Mouse is the brains of the operation.
Well, I won't be denying that. I'm just saying he takes all the thunder from away from him.
Baron's not on there for Baron. Baron's on there for Mouse. Mouse
I
is the one
believe it.
getting all the subscriptions.
I sure
People
think
tune in.
Kathy
People
needs
tune
to
in
see.
expecting to see Mouse.
We should do a mouse one of this with up there. You know, as a see what we can come up with for mouse. But Kathy really needs to see Mike as a Ferengi and a Klingon.
No, no, no. And if I haven't said enough, no.
Kathy, you can always go back a couple minutes and look in the stream and see Mike as a Ferengi. Beautifully done. Looks wonderful. You need to do the sound to it and say, human.
No, no, no. She can see this image. She can go back and look at the other images, but we're not showing that now. I have spoken.
And I'm glad you're here, Kathy. It's always nice
I'm
to
glad
see
she's
you
here
in
too.
chat.
Well, we're waiting for Crit to do
Make
more
more
of his
monstrosities.
sorcery. Let's go ahead and talk about this article from WCCF Tech saying Tomb Raider series next entry is single player. Will star confident Laura, Amazon to publish. Wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Laura always been confident?
Yeah. How can she be even more confident than she already is?
I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
matter if it's the video game version or even when what's her name
Even in
played
live
her
action.
actress. I always thought just Laura Croft is no matter what way you portrayed her was always oozing confidence. But I guess I missed something there.
All right, so this article says early this year, Crystal Dynamics announced they were embarking on development of the next entry in the Tomb Raider series. But other than that, it says, other than the fact that it belonged, I can't even put my words together. Other than the fact that it is being produced using Unreal Engine 5, not a lot of specific details were shared. It goes on to say, well, a bit more has now been revealed about the game, along with a supervising publisher, Amazon Games. It says, according to the press release for Amazon Publishing announcement, the new Tomb Raider will be a single player narrative driven adventure that may cause some size of release. And it goes on to say, as rumors about the game featuring a team of younger Tomb Raiders had some concern, a live service or multiplayer game might be in the works. Definitely take those rumors about everything with a grain of salt, is what the article says. And it says, as for the announcement that Amazon will publish the new Tomb Raider, it's certainly unexpected, as Embracer Group recently acquired Crystal Dynamics, which was once part of Square Enix. You'd think Embracer would want to publish the game themselves through one of their labels. It goes on to say, but they guess that Amazon made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Crystal Dynamics studio head Scott Amos tellingly makes mention of the Lara Croft universe in a statement about the publishing agreement. It goes on to say Crystal Dynamics has an extraordinary opportunity following our acquisition by Embracer to redefine what a publishing relationship is for Tomb Raider. Transformative is what we're looking for, and with Amazon Games, we found a team that shares our creative vision, ambitions, and values for a Lara Croft universe across the spectrum of possibilities. They're positioned to rewrite what publishing and development collaborations are, and we're eager to forge this new path together. starting with building the biggest and best Tomb Raider game yet. Platforms and release window are yet to be revealed for the next Tomb Raider. And what do we think? Well, another thing about any kind of announcements, whether it's movies or television or games, is they can announce it, but doesn't mean it's actually come and be reality, come to fruition. How many games have been announced and have been put in development and canceled? I can think of one game that was put through development hell, and when we finally did get it, it was shit. And that was Duke Nukem Forever.
One game they probably should never have had released. Yep.
Yeah.
I just can't. Why couldn't they just say we're Tomb Raider next century is a single player game. This is going to be awesome game. Amazon to publish. It does not need to say we'll star a competent Laura. I mean, that's a slap in the face to the previous programmers and voice actress that did her in the video games. This is also a slap in the face, believe it or not, to the actress that played Laura Croft in the movies.
Yeah, there were two actresses, Angelina Jolie, and I can't remember the name of the other one.
Why? I mean, you don't need to how can you say it? Overstep the bounds, I guess you can say. That to me, it's like you don't ever want to insult when you're doing something new, but using past references like the video games and Angelina Jolie and the other actress, they all did Laura Croft great, and they all were competent. It'll be like someone, and I'm not saying I would ever support it, but someone stepping in Harrison Ford's shoes as Indiana Jones, playing Indiana Jones, and playing him in a way that isn't Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones takes chances, he gambles, and he kind of has a moral standard. Things belong in a museum.
Well, the thing is, when it comes to the Tomb Raider franchise, it was inspired by Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm. I love the video games. I love. I'm not a super fan of Angelina Jolie. I loved her portrayal as Laura Croft. I think she did a perfect job. So, I don't think if you're going to model how to do Laura Croft as an actress or even a voice actor, go by the video games that were previously released and go by what Angelina Jolie did in the Laura Croft movies. Perfect. And that's it.
I'm gonna unfortunately I have to dip. So
all right. I was gonna just ask you if you had any other creations that you wanted to show us real quick.
I mean, not really.
All right.
But I was glad to be on, so I'll talk to you as late as and.
Thank you for coming on, Crit. Let me go ahead and put your link into the chat for anybody who's here that wants to subscribe.
Yep. Thank you all.
And make sure you send copies to Cash Money.
Yep.
Of your creation.
And I'm always going to think of the Ewok theme when I see Baron now. So, all right, bye.
Later.
Take care, brother. And let's see. Pata Wannabe says, I kind of see it, but it's unnecessary. The new Laura games do have her doubt herself and her abilities, but only briefly. She's in a horrible situation. She overcomes them, obviously, because she wins. Yep. I mean, you guys saw me play Shadow of the Tomb Raider. There are times where the character was unsure, and I had to learn from any mistakes that she made. And that's what a character should do. Learn from their mistakes, grow, be different from when you first meet him by the time the end comes. All right, so The next article I think we're going to talk about, let's see, going to do a little anime news because I do like to put in a little anime. And as far as what anime I'm watching, I still need to catch up to My Hero Academia. The last episode I saw was episode 7. I am enjoying the current season of My Hero Academia so far. And I also have to finish Black Lagoon, but I'll do that eventually. But I have this article here from Bounded in Comics, and it says Ranger Reject Sentai manga suits up for an anime adaptation. And of course, Phil's going to be here to laugh at me as I try to pronounce Japanese names and butcher them badly, unfortunately. So it says fans are suiting up and rejoicing over the recent announcement that the quintessential quintuplets, uh, I can't even pronounce the name correctly. I'm not even gonna try. But it's talking about uh, Naichi Haribura's innovation take on the Sentai genre, and basically, Sentai. You have the Super Sentai who were the inspiration for Power Rangers and everything. So let's see. It says Ranger Reject Sentai. I can't even pronounce the other part. Is finally getting a well-deserved anime adaptation. It says Ranger Reject follows the story of the Dragon Keepers, a Sentai team who, 13 years prior to the series start, eliminated the self-explanatory villainous army and brought relative peace back to the world. It says, however, as a number of evil groups, minions, aptly named foot soldiers, think Power Rangers, putty patrollers, but more human and less animated clay remain following their leader's defeat. They are given the option to continue their invasion in the form of a weekly Sunday battles. Goes on to say, pitting the foot soldiers against the dragon keepers. These fights are essentially performative as they always end with the heroes triumphant and the invaders defeated. Goes on to say, sick of the farce, one rebellious foot soldier decides to infiltrate the Dragon Keepers, hoping to use their powers to fight not just for his freedom, but also world conquest. Goes on to say, before we continue, it's best we address the elephant attempting to invade the room. It's a Kadent Danshas, I'm probably saying that wrong, choice to localize the series title not as Ranger Reject, but rather Go Go Loser Ranger. Go Go Loser Ranger. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Despite their complete rewrite of the title, fans in a move similar to Foot Soldier D's rejection of Dragon Keeper's tyranny have chosen to stick with the series' original title. As such, Bounding into Comics will likewise, follow suit when covering the series. It says on December 5th, Foot Soldier D was called up to the big leagues when the official Ranger Reject website unveiled that the series would be receiving an anime adaptation directed by Tiger and Bunny's Kishi Sato, himself no stranger to Takusatsu. I'm probably saying that wrong. I do apologize again. As he previously provided character designs for Toei's Sentai parody series, Unofficial Sentai Akba Ranger. It says alongside the announcement, the Ranger Reject production team shared both the series' first key visual featuring Foot Soldier D transforming into his Duster form. So I'm not gonna read the rest of it, but it seems pretty cool that another manga is being adapted into anime, and depending on how the anime turns out, I might actually watch it. If you want to read more of this article or any of the articles that I have here for this edition of Pop Talk, they are in the description below. And also, I have provided the link to these articles as well. All right, Phil.
Right top.
So I've talked about a new Japanese manga that's being adapted to an anime. Now, let's talk about Rings of Power getting an all-female directing crew, and I'm just gonna say it now. It doesn't matter. All male, all female. I'm not coming back. I'm not watching the series.
100% agree with you.
I watched the first 3 episodes and it didn't hook me in. The first episode was boring and slow to me. Second episode, boring and slow. Third episode, I completely lost interest.
I will admit that Bill McCracken went through and watched every episode so I could say I did watch every episode. It's not Lord of the Rings. I would think the show would have been a lot better had they not used the Lord of the Rings as their show. If they would have came up with a different name, different show, I think it would have been a hit. But for them using Lord of the Rings, they're not even following nothing to the lore. I read the Silmarillion, the older stuff, they're all over the place, even in the timeline. Sauron is not supposed to be on Numenor and towards the end of the Second Age. And here he is in the beginning of it. And he's supposed to be the main reason why Numenor falls. He's the reason. Because he goes to war, and then when Numenor goes after him, he gives up. He don't even fights. And they drag him as a captive back to Numenor, and then he starts manipulating. And he kind of gets his revenge by having Numenor destroyed. That whole process got thrown out the window. I don't know where the storyline's going with this. They only talk about the 3 rings at the elves. They failed to mention that before he created the 3 rings for the elves, with the help of that one elf, forget the name of the Smith legend that was making it with him, but he forgot to mention that he gave 7 to the dwarf lords, 9 to the men. That's totally forgotten. Then the dwarves and the men rings were 1 and 2. Then they made it for the elves. But the thing was, the elf lord that was the Smith expert, didn't use Sauron to create the elf rings. That's why they weren't as corrupted as the others. This is why they didn't turn. But they knew as soon as they put the rings on, the 3 that had the rings for the elves knew exactly what Sauron was up to and what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all thrown out, that whole storyline. And again, this is Tolkien. And everybody can say, oh, we want something new, different, expanding Tolkien. That's fine. But when you're using a certain timeline that he has put in place, and granted, there's not a lot there, but there is enough there, and you totally skip it, trash it, rearranging it, it's not Tolkien. It's not Tolkien. So, yeah, it was worse to keep going. And I'm not blaming the actors. I'm blaming the people that developed the story, the people that put the title. Again, had they called this The Kingdom, just throwing out a name as an example, and didn't associate it with Tolkien and just use other references, I think it would have been a great show. I think it would have been gold. And it's new. It's something they won't be hammered to be, well, we have to keep it this way because it is Tolkien. They would have had all the freedom they want. Look at what that guy did. He did Game of Thrones and he did that sequel. and he didn't tie it even to the sequel. It was a prequel thing, and he has all the freedom in the world to do what he wants. He's the creator. He can, we can create this race, we can create these people. He has the freedom, and that's what makes that show great. Here, they're trying to use. I think they only used the Lord of the Rings name to draw in fans from Lord of the Rings. That's it. But if you're associating it with Lord of the Rings, it has nothing to do with it. Just they happen to have characters with similar names, which is sad. Sorry, didn't mean to ramble.
That's all right. I mean, you're a fan of Lord of the Rings. You're a fan of Tolkien's work.
I mean, that's one of the cases where I read the books, and I granted that Mr. Jackson did not do everything to the T of Tolkien. Okay, we didn't have Elrond's twin sons in any of the Lord of the Rings. We didn't, up until that point of the new prequels, you didn't even have Radagast, but I was glad they included him. But yeah, there's a lot of characters. There's no Tom Bombadil. Okay, I can understand it because they're confined to a movie and everything's getting limited, but you can't do as much in the movie as people think. TV shows different. When you're guaranteed at least 1 or 2 or even 3 seasons, there's a lot you can put into the show. More freedom that you got than in a movie. And with that freedom, they didn't expand onto it. It looks like they were just, here's this character. It's Elrond or Sauron or whoever. And they're not somebody if you read any of the books, you're going and look, who is this character? Who is Sauron? I never heard of Sauron taking human form. I heard of him taking a wolf form, a vampire form, and an elf form. But I never heard of him ever appearing in human form. When he's captured and he's dragged to Numenor, if you read the book, The Silmarillion, he's in elf form. When he's dealing with the elves and presenting, he can craft rings for them. It's in elf form, not human form. And I might be me nitpicking, but if it's part of the story, how would you like to see Spock be changed from a Vulcan and make him human? In everybody's eyes, that wouldn't be Spock. Spock is a Vulcan. Sauron, his images are elf, vampire, an actual wolf as like a dog, and the dark image that he uses, you see him in armor. That's it. He never takes human form. He don't take no, or even if they show later, maybe a dwarf form. He never takes none of that. I don't know where this show got that. And, small things like that matter. Small things like that matter. So, sorry. I get, when it comes to Lord of the Rings and Tolkien, I get,
Well, that's what Pop Talk's about. You know that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel the same way like I do when I talk Star Wars, I talk this. It isn't about change. If you want change, okay, create new characters. If they wanted to jump ahead, like a so-called fourth age, you got a whole window of opportunity, whatever you want to create.
Mm-hmm.
Different races, different people, whatever, you have that option. Don't go back and go, oh, we're going to do the second age. That's already established. The lore is already written. People are already defined. Same thing like Star Wars. If you want to go in the future and get away from all this setting around Luke's time, then go 200-300 years in the future and create whatever you want to create. I guarantee you people will be fine with it. But don't go during Luke's time and change stuff, or anybody. I don't care what type of movie, show, cartoon, anything. Don't change what's already been established. But you're already going to be bumping heads with your fans.
Mm-hmm. And they already have bumped.
Yep. And I'm sorry, this could have been all male directors. I would still be raging how awful it is. And just because they're going to put all females, is that going to change anything? I don't think so. No. So what they're trying to do there is, I want to call it like identifiers or something to catch your eye. I don't even think of a woman that is a fan of the Lord of the Rings or even the show is even going to care that, oh my God, I got to watch the show. It's all female directors. I don't think it'll make a difference. I really don't, in their eyes or mine. So,
And this article from Cosmic Book News was posted on Sorry, I was about to say Wednesday the 15th, but Wednesday was the 14th. It's posted on Thursday the 15th, and it's by Will Harrigan. It says Rings of Power Season 2 announces all female directors. The three directors, Charlotte Brandstorm, Sanaa Hammery, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and Louise Hooper will each be at the helm of multiple episodes for season 2. And it says Amazon Prime Video has removed the two male directors from the first season of The Rings of Power and announced three all female directors for season 2. J.A. Banyan? Bayon? I don't know. Some names I can pronounce easy, and then some names it's like I trip myself up.
it's okay. Just say the names real quick and nobody will catch it.
I'm gonna try it again. J. Bayana
There you
and
go.
Wayne Yip
Sounds good to me.
will not be directing episodes in season 2, with only Charlotte Brandstorm returning for season 1. I was about to say for season 1. I haven't been able to get any of these articles right as far as reading them and forming the sentence. Charlotte Brandstorm is directing season 2 episodes along with Sanaa Hamry and Louise Hooper. Deadline first pointed out the all female directors. The details announced by Prime Video include The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, which has been viewed by more than 100 million people worldwide and has been an precedented, sorry, again, tripping up my words again, global success as the top original series for Prime Video in every region in the first season.
I
Has
called BS.
confirmed.
Sorry.
Yep. We know that House of the Dragon did better, especially when you hear the difference between people's reactions to House of the Dragon to Reigns of Power. There, it's night and day.
I think when you actually, and I want to say, whoever wrote this article, if they're going by what Amazon's saying, I think you might have got 1 million viewers during the whole entire time that people were jumping in and out. But I don't think they held 100 million viewers from the beginning of the first episode all the way to the last episode. If I remember correctly, they lost 20% in the first 3 episodes. So that's cooking number. I think their actual, I don't even call it a success. If they came walking out with 20 million people at the end of the last episode or season ending episode, 20 million people, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. But to call it unprecedented global success, no. That's what they wish they had. No.
Mhm.
Because you go to the ratings, and I don't like to use certain ones because they can cook them with fake people. But if you go by, let's go by word of mouth. I have yet to see or hear anybody, very few on one hand, I would say 2 out of 10 people actually say, Rings of Power is awesomely done, and I will watch another season of it. So if there's like 2 out of 10, that's a failure. But 88 out of 10 are saying, no.
And then the article goes on to give a little bit of information on what each of the three have directed in the past. But I make no apologies. I don't really care for Rings of Power. I'm not gonna finish season 1, and I'm not gonna watch season 2. Just not.
I wouldn't put it up there as bad as Batwoman, but I will put it up there in comparison that Batwoman shouldn't have gone 2 episodes. This should just been okay. Either we go to the drawing board and do something totally new. That's the only way I can see them continuing. I wouldn't even call it the Rings of Power. I will be calling it something else. But their changes to fix things is we're going to have all women directors. Okay. So if these all women directors fail, is season 3 going to be all male directors because season 2 horribly failed? They're baiting people. To me, that's a bait. That's telling people, well, you're a feminist. This is perfect for you. Well, how many feminists do you think is actually going to help the ratings in this? Even if they gain 2 or 3 million on top of, say, 10 million fans that actually want this show, that's only 13 million people. And that's not enough for ratings. I don't care if it's a stream channel or what. But I will tell you this. If you're a token fan, and I don't care what age you are, if you read the books, forget about the Peter Jackson movies, but you just read the books and became a fan, do not watch this show. It's totally, whatever you complain about Peter Jackson, it is 1,000 times worse. 1,000 times worse. Don't touch this show. Don't touch this show. But if you're a fan of the House of Dragon, again, you actually have the creator. The man, I think, did a great job. He opened his world. It's inclusive. Okay. He wanted to make his world inclusive. He has that right. He's the creator, but he did it the right way. This show, I think, if it was not called The Rings of Power and had the Lord of the Rings as its title, if it was, like I said, take argument, let's call it The Kingdom or Kingdoms, and it had nothing to do with Lord of the Rings, but had the same storyline, the same actors, this show would have been a hit. This show would have been a hit. And Amazon could have saved money of what they had to pay to use the name Lord of the Rings. That's the sad part. They had it. They just sometimes, and I'll use an analogy, and this is the best way I can do it. Do you know there's some bands out there that are wonderful rock bands?
Oh, yeah.
But then when they have no original members, and yet the band's still going, you get to the point where it's not the same band, especially when there's no original members.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at that point,
It may be that band in name, but that's in
but
name
it's not
only.
the band. And you're saying to yourself, just call yourself something else. It's okay. Call yourself something else. You know, it's the same thing here. This is Lord of the Rings in name, but doesn't have none of the original band members. Not the name songs, not the same storyline. So, yeah, if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings, this is not for you. If you're a fan of just fantasy, and you can take the Lord of the Rings out, which if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings, you can't do. But if you're somebody in general that likes fantasy and you're looking at it just as a fantasy, then watch this. This will be good. This will be good for somebody that does not know Lord of the Rings. Sorry if I ran again. I apologize.
No, that's fine. Because I was gonna say, if you're someone out there that's watching this, listening to this, and you like Rings of Power, good on you. More power to you. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean that everyone else shouldn't like it. No, we're all allowed to like what we want and dislike what we want. And
I don't like it when people say gatekeeping, and I don't think of myself as a gatekeeping as much as lore keeping. If we're going to write a story or a movie about somebody, Uncle Sam, and then we decide to take Uncle Sam and take off his red, white, and blue outfit and put Canadian red and white with maple leaves on, it's no longer Uncle Sam. Well, this is kind of what Lord of the Rings are doing. It's it's Uncle Sam only in idea, but the fact the way he's dressing and acting, he's no longer he's Canadian Uncle Sam. You know, that's all. You know, not what something you're expecting when you're going
You
in.
you might as well call him Mountie Sam.
There you go. And you know, and there's nothing wrong with Mountie Sam if they create a character that way, but don't take the Uncle Sam and change him into that. You know, no. You can you have a creative mind. People, I think that Hollywood lost the ability to create. So I'm going to take something from somewhere and I'm just going to alter it. That doesn't work.
No.
That doesn't work. I mean, to see let me to see the Flash wearing red, white, and yellow, you know, that's okay. That's Flash. But to see Flash in a different color scheme, I don't know, purple and green, that's not my Flash. Just something like that's enough to change a character to a person that's like, no, you know, and that some of this stuff isn't generation. This is, you know, I feel every generation. Do we want to change Frosty the Snowman to an ice cube? No, he's Frosty the Snowman. He's made out of snow. Come on. If you want to change it to something else and use the ice cube as an example, then create an ice cube and call it whatever you want. You know, people will respect that more. You don't have to steal an idea, morph it into create it your own. Create something totally your own at that point and make it your own. That's what people want.
That's what people have been clamoring for is new ideas. It's like when you hear, you know, watching different YouTube channels that these so-called creatives are saying, well, no one's going to go watch these new creations. You know, if we create a new superhero, no one's going to, you know, want to read that superhero's book. You don't know. You're not trying.
They're already saying you don't want it before they even attempt to. Guess what? There was a period in time where we didn't have superhero movies. An occasional 70s, you might have had Superman, occasional Batman on TV, mostly cartoon, but it was basically, let's be honest, from the mid 70s to the late 80s, besides Superman on the movie theaters, that's all you got. The way these characters survived was in comic book form, you know, and it was enough to carry it. If it wasn't for the comic books, you wouldn't have Marvel Universe today. It wouldn't have DC Universe today. It wouldn't be there. You know, I tell people and they get mad, and I'll use this as an example. You can get mad at original trilogy Star Wars fans, but as an original trilogist that went to see Star Wars A New Hope before it was called A New Hope in the theater, if my dad didn't take me and my brother to go see that movie and make it what it is today, yes, I say make it, because if we didn't buy the tickets and then in turn didn't buy the toys and the memorabilia that went with it, you wouldn't have got a prequel. You wouldn't have got a sequel. And Disney
You would have gotten the
no
books.
interest in buying it.
You definitely would have gotten the Thrawn.
You know, I don't want to say
series.
thank me. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if it wasn't for the people originally going to see A New Hope and put it on a map, Star Wars wouldn't be where it is today.
Exactly. If it wasn't for people like my parents, my friends' parents, going to see it back in '77, Star Wars wouldn't even be the thing that it used to be. And I say used to be because, in my opinion, Star Wars is not where it needs to be. It's not what it used to be.
No, unfortunately for me, when it comes to like that, the order to save myself for Star Wars, it is everything George Lucas up until the point he sold it. And then after that, I'm done. And, you know, I was a fan as a kid of Doctor Who. I can't even bear watching it. I can't even bear watching it, what they did to Doctor Who. And again, I said before, they can have 5 or good 6 seasons of great Doctor Who. The damage is done How many times does somebody have to kick you in the teeth and then you say, okay, I'm your friend? No, you're not my friend. You kicked me in my teeth for 5 or 6 years and destroyed my whatever friendship you had with me. Why do I want to come back now? You know, I'm not saying people can't change. I'm just using it as an analogy. You know,
Yeah.
You
So you're definitely not like me when it comes to the Cubs and going, "Oh, okay, they sucked last season, but guess what? Ooh, they signed this guy, that guy, this guy, and now I'm back."
know, you
I
know
know
how
I know it's different when it comes to sports teams.
no,
Some might say,
I
but
always
it's
will
not.
be in
It's
baseball an A's fan, and
yeah.
for the last couple of years, it's been one off, one on with my A's. This year, what I seen in the off season, it don't look good. I don't see the one on again. It looks like I, we're damned. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
They got rid of so many players now. The last one, I forgot his name. I can't believe I
Sean
forgot his name.
Murphy.
Yeah,
Sean
it's
Murphy was
fun.
just recently traded to the Braves. He,
What are we getting in return? I think a couple of prospects
yeah.
and some money. It's always with the A's cash that on hand that never goes back to the team. When they trade and they say cash, that's cash going into the owner's pocket, not going towards the baseball team. He's selling players for cash. One trade I'll never forget in my whole entire life, and it was even in that movie. What do they call it? The one with Brad Pitt,
Moneyball.
Moneyball. He actually did a trade for not the owner, not Billy Bean. The owner did the trade for money and a couple cases of soda for the soda machines because it was so cheap. He couldn't even fill the soda machines during the time the A's are in charge of the Oakland Coliseum. Soda. He traded his player for soda. So,
I
yeah.
mean, there've been a lot worse trades.
But soda. Think about it. Uh, like I said, for me, I can speak to horrors of shows and entertainment. When it comes to my A's, it wouldn't surprise me tomorrow if they rented out the logo and changed it for a year. Whoever can pay them the most money, Dollar General.
Don't give your owner an
Um,
idea.
no, no. I mean, I think the owner of the A's is probably the worst owner of all sports. Even worse than the guy in Washington D.C.
Snyder.
But yeah, and I will say this: this Rings of Power TV show would never have been happening if Christopher Tolkien didn't die.
Yeah. Or even if it did still happen with Christopher Tolkien still alive, it would probably be different than what it is now. I'm not gonna go on and say, "Oh, it would be drastically different," because I don't know. I
No,
really don't know.
but I think he would have put. I think at now the family who did sell that to Amazon. I hate to say this, but I can understand it. Let's make as much money as we can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, more power to them.
Yep. And our final story for this afternoon edition of Pop Talk, again, as a reminder, it won't be called Pop Talk next Sunday. It'll just be a general Christmas stream where anybody who wants to come on Christmas because you're alone or you just want someone to talk to, you're going to be more than welcome to come on. But that one, I don't know if it's going to start at 1 p.m. Eastern next Sunday or if I might do it kind of midday. So maybe 4 p.m. Eastern. But still, the Sunday Pop Talk after that will be at 1 p.m. Eastern. But, anyways, with this final story comes this information about Legend of the White Dragon. This comes from comicbook.com. It says Bat in the Sun gives update on Jason David Frank's Legend of the White Dragon movie. This was posted on the 14th by Matthew Aguilar. And it says last month, the Power Rangers world lost one of its biggest lights in Jason David Frank. And the ripple effects of his tragic, excuse me, like I said, all morning I haven't been able to read any of these articles straight. And it goes on to say the ripple effects of the tragic death are still being felt and will be for a long time. Before his death, Frank was hard at work alongside Bat and the Sons' Aaron Shoneki on Legend of the White Dragon. And anyone who met him or talked to him knew how excited he was for fans to see the film. Bat and the Sun recently posted an update on the project to Facebook, and it seems fans will have their chance to see the project come to life. On Facebook, Bat and the Sun posted a picture of Frank's chair on set, along with a script from the film, adding the caption, "We going to do it right" by Jason David Frank. So let's see what else it says here. It says, since then, they've posted an update showing the film being edited, so it does seem like the fans will get to see Frank's final performance at some point down the line. Hopefully, we'll find out more official details soon, but many will be thrilled that the project Frank was so excited to share with the world will ultimately be brought to life and reach the screen. Bat and the Sun also shared a tribute to Frank, and you can read that in full below. Our thoughts continue to be with Frank's family and friends during this incredibly challenging time. And Shonaki wrote, "My mind hasn't been able to comprehend this. I love you, Jason. Knowing Jason for 10 years and having worked with him on over 10 projects, we had become close family. I had talked to him almost every day, sorry, every week ever since we met. He was so full of life, passion, and the willingness to take a chance on people. He believed in me from the moment he first saw my work, and from there, yeah, like I said, I can't speak today. We created so many incredible projects and amazing memories together. He was so unbelievably passionate about his fans. He wanted every project to be what they wanted. On set, he worked so hard, giving it his all, even on 18-hour workdays, in front and behind the camera. At conventions, I had witnessed him countlessly stay long hours into the night and give away free signed photos to fans all the time. He was a cheerleader for so many people, so kind, and had so much love in his heart. I just can't believe a light so bright is gone. This is first photo and last photo of me and Jason. I am devastated. And of course, unfortunately, it doesn't show it here, that photo. But you know what, Phil? I think it's good that they're continuing on with this and they're going to make sure that the fans get to see it. Yes, it's going to be hard to see Jason David Frank in his last role, but I think this is good.
They should
And
put
I
it,
don't just think this is good, I know this is good.
and I would say this. I wouldn't. I know some people in today's world do have problems with when people pass away. Maybe the role shouldn't be done. What I want to see is this to get finished, and if that requires a stunt double
Well,
to,
they're already in the editing process,
yeah,
Phil.
but I'm pretty sure they have enough to go by. But if there's like reshoots where they have to put the stunt double in that costume, uh, no, I don't think anybody will mind that. But end it right here. Do finish this White Dragon movie. Think of it similar to what the guy in the Crow, what's his name, son, Bruce Lee's son.
Brandon Lee.
When he died in the movie, what they couldn't have or didn't finish, they got somebody to try to play his part as close as possible. Can you tell a difference? Yes. Is it that noticeable? No. But they finished that movie. It did Brandon Lee justice, and that was the end of The Crow for
But
that series.
it sounds like just by going through this article, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'm gonna admit it when I'm wrong, but by reading this article, it sounds like it was already completed. Now it's just the process of getting everything put together in the correct order to tell the story before they release it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you'd be surprised in the editing process that they'll get told scene C15, the voice isn't right there. We don't have a good voice for that. Or the voice is fine, but we need to do a reshoot, maybe a behind the character or whatever. There's always small things at the end of the movie of the filming where they do the reshoots. What I'm saying is I would be fine even if they're doing the reshoots or even the sound, another person there doing it. I
Well,
won't have
even if they had to, do the stunts where he's in his ranger uniform, that could be a stuntman wearing the costume.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you have some people, all right, I don't want to use the same analogy, but the ones that did Marvel with what's his name? Black Panther dying. They could have did the
Yeah,
same thing.
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, they could have done the stunt man in the costume. Outside, they can get an actor where they're only probably getting behind shot, so you can't see his face, which is what you see him, whoever will be portraying Mr. Black Panther, and I
Yeah,
would have been
Chadwick
down
Boseman.
like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a total recast, but to finish up the Black Panther, I want to see this done. And if somebody has to step in to help out a little bit, I won't have a problem with it. Get this done. Get it out there. Uh,
I don't think they will because again, the director, the person responsible for the project, it's saying that it's getting out there and that it's in editing.
then
I'm
if
sure if
it's
they
gonna
had
be
to do any reshoots, they wouldn't be editing it right
no,
now.
no. If they're in the editing stage, then it's done. So thankfully, then at that point, if that's the case, is an editing, then everything's been done. Just the movie has to be finalized and put out there, done, which is good. Uh, but please, one thing, do not make another White Dragon. Just
They
leave,
probably won't.
yeah, leave whatever he did learn. I loved Jason Frank as when he first joined the Power Rangers. I wasn't a Power Ranger fan. I was a person that had to watch it because my kids, my nephews, they were watching it. So when he came onto the show, that was a great improvement for me watching it. I thought he added more to it, and I think he took the Power Rangers to a whole new level.
Oh yeah, because
I I
think about it.
disagree
When
with them
he showed up as
from green to white, though. I prefer that they would have kept him green.
yeah,
That's
but
my opinion.
I've heard various things, but I've always, kind of leaned more toward they probably, didn't have enough stock footage for the Green Ranger to keep
Yeah,
using it, so they had to come up with something else, and that's what they did.
yeah.
Now, before we leave you, we are going to take a look at this weekend's box office because Avatar: The Way of Water did open this weekend. No, I am not going to see it. I am not going to review it, especially since I fell asleep during the first one. But for those of you who have seen it and you're enjoying it, awesome. Awesome. I would love to hear why you love the movie so much. And not just the second one, the first one. Tell me why you love it so much. I want to know. What did you see in it that I obviously didn't see in it by falling asleep? But
I always wished that somebody would take from the beginning to end Avatar, the first one, and
mhm.
Dancing with Wolves and play them at the same time. Besides the imaging, I would tell you, to me, it's the same movie. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. I think that was Dancing in Wolves in Space.
Well, I
Hopefully,
mean,
the second one had the real story.
that's what a lot of people have compared it to. And when it comes to Dances with Wolves, I didn't fall asleep.
Mm-mm. I mean, when I went to movie theaters with my nephews and saw it, and when I went there and saw it during the movie, I was like, I apologize for the motorcycle sound if you hear it in the background.
That's all right. Can't help
I,
that.
I during the movie, I kept saying to myself, "This is Dancing with Wolves." The only difference is the ending. The Instead of the natives win and the interlopers are forced to leave. Well, the difference is the Indians were defeated. There's the difference. Uh, Good twist there, but like I said, 90% of the movie, I could tell you everything that was going to happen because I watched Dancing with Wolves. Kevin Costner, I hope he got some cut from from it because they stole your storyline.
Probably not.
But I hope he really came out. I'm not going to be like you. I'm not going to watch it in the theater. I probably will watch it on a pay service, or if somebody streams it, that's how I'll watch it. So I hope it's good. I hope it's good.
From some of the reactions I've seen people saying that it's good, and there are people that do express their opinions here on YouTube, and when they're saying that it's good, well, great. They found something that they're enjoying. More power to them. I just know, for me, if you were to ask me, "You're gonna go see it, Mike?" No, I have no interest.
I will give James Cameron one thing. I think this movie was made for a long period of time. That might be a given. But I think the reason behind it, he didn't let it go out there when the Harry Potter movies were out there. He didn't let it go out there going up against the Marvels. And you can even say Star Wars. He waited for all them to do their thing. And then he brought out the Avatar, The Way of the Water. Right now, what's out there? Nothing. So this thing is almost a guarantee to be a hit. If maybe in some circumstances wouldn't be a hit because there's nothing out there. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, as far as being a hit, I don't know the production costs of the movie and all the costs associated with promoting the movie, but as far as this weekend's concerned, it made 134 million. So take it for what you will.
Yep, but the real way we'll find out is when everything's said and done in the theaters. I think this is one of them movies where it will be a hit, even more so on the pay streams, or like if you still have cable and you got that pay thing to watch a movie before it's released. I forgot what they call it. Yeah, I think that's where this will make the movie. There'll be some people that want to watch it before it hits the stream channel, but they're not going to theaters, so they'll hit their local cable company and they'll have that movie of the week type deal, maybe for $5.99 to get it for a day. I see a lot more people will be doing that with this movie.
Well, as far as the weekend box office, like I said, it made 134 million, followed by Violent Night, which made 5.6 million. Then you have Black Panther, which made 5.4 million. Strange World made 2.2 million. The Menu made 1.7 million. Now, let's go ahead and look at least the 10 films. And I left off with The Menu. Then you have Devotion, which made 825,000. And just because I'm curious, I want to see how much it's made in general. So we could see domestic, it's made 18,660,954. Domestically, internationally, it hasn't done well, but that's to be expected. But I can go ahead and look up and see what the production budget was. Let's see.
I mean, for a domestic movie, yeah, no, I don't see China wanting to watch a pair of U.S. Navy fighters. No, no. So it's not going to be big overseas. But for locally, for something small like this,
Mhm.
18 million is not something to sneeze at.
Oh no.
You know. Now, is it like 134 million like some other of these shows out there? Yeah, but I guarantee that 134 million practically just paid just for your visual effects. Sometimes small movies don't have to make big money to be a success. You know, I would tell you the truth. If there was a movie out there that I could go to the theater right now and go see, I'd rather go see Devotion than see anything else that's out there.
Maximize it so I can show everybody what its budget was. Give me a second. All right, I might have to decrease that. Had it and now I lost it. All right. So its production budget was 90 million, and so far at the box office it only made 18.8 million. So
It's still going strong, and I think it's had 3,000 theaters. So I would give it, the runtime of a movie out in a movie theater is 6 to 8 weeks, and this has only been out to the 25th. So you got like at least 5 more weeks of this movie being in theaters.
yeah, but you got to factor in another thing too, Phil, is that it's going against something like Black Panther, Wakanda
Yeah.
Forever, which a lot more people are going to see. You also have Black Adam in the theater, which a lot more people are probably going to go still see over Devotion. Devotion's for a particular audience, someone
Yeah.
who's into history, someone like me who's into anything that's based on World War II and anything after World War II and before Vietnam.
Yeah. I think Devotion will make a bigger impact first when it goes to cable and you can order it and watch it for like a whole day for like $5.99 with your family. I think that's going to make some money there, and probably even make more money once it gets to the streaming services. I could see this movie in the end breaking even or darn close, which is a good thing. But like I said, it isn't like it's made more ideally for domesticated, for the inside the United States. So and that type of thing, if they break even, that's fine.
Yeah, but I hate to say it, Phil, but I don't even think that the film's gonna even break even. And yeah, I'm pushing hard for Devotion because I went and saw it, and
Mhm.
I thought it was a great movie. It was a great alternative to seeing Black Adam and Wakanda Forever.
I think it was a movie that, if I have anything negative to say about it, and it's nothing with the production or the movie itself, I would say had Devotion came out 15, 20 years ago, it would have made a bigger impact because let's be honest, so even though a lot of people don't notice, we're losing a lot of our Korean War veterans. They're nearly the same age as
A lot of
World
our
War II.
Korean War
Yeah,
veterans were also World War II veterans.
yeah,
So
double. They're double. So we don't. It would have been a more of an impact of a movie 20 years ago had it been made
20,
than
30
now.
years ago,
Yeah, because
40
right
years
now,
ago.
who do you have to identify? Yeah, you have people to say, well, "My father was a Korean War vet, or a Korean War vet and World War II vet." You do
Mhm.
have them around, but actually, vets. I mean, think about it. When they come out, I can think in the 80s and 90s of all the movies for World War II, which was more popular. There was veterans alive that wanted to go see them movies.
I mean,
Because
I think about Band of Brothers when they
yeah,
actually interviewed veterans and the men who were part of, the Band of Brothers, the 501st.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually had them there talking to them and giving feedback, saying, no, this is how we did it. See,
I think Band of Brothers stands out not just as a TV show, but as even for all entertainment for World War II. That's how you should do it. Pulling in people that are actually there, along with historians, and trying. Like I said, movies and TV shows. It's hard to be 100% historically accurate, but even if they can get it 60 to 70% historically accurate, it's wonderful. A Band of Brothers is wonderful. The movie that Tom Hanks did, but similar people made that movie.
Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan. I think that's the ultimate World War II movie.
Tora
was perfect. That's for the Pacific. I'm sorry, Midway wasn't not the earlier version. The newer one that was made, Midway wasn't as popular. And what was that one they did for Pearl Harbor? But they kind of made it Pearl Harbor with Titanic.
Yeah, it was Pearl Harbor. You're talking about the Michael Bay.
Yeah.
That, oh, gosh.
That's an example of what not to do. Look, people want to, when it comes to historical, you want to see a historical movie, and it's okay to have some fictional stuff, but don't try to combine fictional stuff with historical stuff and miss it. Not everything can be like Titanic.
I'm not asking everything to be like Titanic. I mean, I think about the two World War II movies that Clint Eastwood did, Flags of Our Fathers and Letters to Iwo Jima. Those were both very good movies.
Job. And even
because in those movies, we got one movie from the perspective of the United States, and the other is the perspective of the Japanese.
Yeah. The what's his name? Mel Gibson he did the one about the guy from Iwo Jima. Can't think of the name right now. He played Spider-Man. Even had Elron into it. I can't think of the name right now.
There's Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah,
that had Andrew Garfield.
That is a magnificent movie for World War II. Wonderfully done. And I would even put that up there, maybe one of the highest historically close movies. But to me, that was an awesome job. What they did in that movie. Awesome job. But yeah, I feel Devotion was just made, like you said, and I said 10, 20 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago. Devotion would have been a lot bigger than what it is. It's just that, grandchildren of veterans, not really interested. How many of us were grandchildren, looked at World War I or the Spanish American War and you can't identify. We don't. We know it's history, but it's hard for so many generations past it to identify with it. Also, we can identify with Korea a little bit, but more our furthest reach, I could say, is Vietnam. We can identify with Vietnam.
Well, another question I have is, and I'm not trying to insult anybody, but what do kids after, Generation X, what do they know about World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War? What do they know?
Sorry, hopefully I was quick enough to mute myself, but the neighbor is running around with his dirt bike.
It's all right.
I'm sorry if I'm not quick enough to mute it. But I'm with you on that. When we were in school, after school, even in school, after we're done a class, sometimes be it literature or English or even history, you take a book, go to the library, read more about it. Mm-hmm. Most of the stuff you learn, believe it or not, or I'll speak for myself, that I learned didn't come in a history class. I learned on my own. Oh, I want to know about George Washington? Teacher's limited to what that book says. I'll go get another
Heck.
book and read 3 or 4 books on George Washington and learn about George Washington. You know?
I still have the encyclopedias that my parents bought.
Oh yeah, remember the people used to come knock on your door saying Encyclopedia Britannica? You know,
Uh-huh.
I think everybody's parents at one time bought all their kids. Yeah, you need this. Here's your Encyclopedia Britannica. You know,
I'm not
we
getting rid of
really
those.
and let's be honest. Even when we watch something like DC or Marvel, well, DC more back in the day, you learn more about your superheroes, Batman. Yes, we watched Super Friends. Yes, we watched the reruns of the old Adam West one. But most of what we learned from was buying and reading comic books.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you like Super Batman? Go into the comic books you buy. You can buy as many Batman you can get. And sometimes that's how you learn more about Batman. And you don't think, well, why do I want to learn about a comic book hero? Well, sometimes they were very in depth. I like the original thought of Batman. Yes, he's a vigilante, but more the original Batman being the detective. That's why every time when in the old ones, you always see him go against Ra's al Ghul. He always called him detective. You know, didn't call him vigilante. He called him detective. You know, there's a lot of story there that you didn't get from cartoons or TV shows of Batman. A
No,
lot of things you
and
didn't learn.
getting back to what do kids know about World War II and the Korean War. That's why I like to go into air shows, especially when you would have more than one person there who flew a particular plane that was at this air show. They flew it during World War II, and you can ask them firsthand, what was it like flying that particular aircraft? And they would tell you practically everything, even when they were in combat situations.
Yeah, the type of information you never get when a veteran takes the time and tell you about it. I had family members that served that I met and knew from World War One all the way up to Vietnam, and some of them would speak. The Vietnam ones, no. Besides one that was a nurse, and what I mean by that, uh, Marine Corps does not have its own nursing. So they used naval nurses as their nurse. And he was a naval nurse attached to the Marines. And he was in Vietnam. He was in there in combat situations, but towards the end, he was on a boat that took injured vets from Vietnam to Manila. So he was responsible for keeping them stable on the boat and taking care of them. Had another one member of my family that was in the Marine Corps in Vietnam, was injured in Vietnam. He got hit by a shell that hit his Jeep and put his Jeep on fire. He suffered 2 and 3rd degree burns. They had to use plastic surgery to help him. And they had to use his naval picture to help as a template to redo his face. Could never tell. They did a marvelous job. Could never tell. But he never was the same after that. So, but I heard the stories. I heard my stories from. I have family over in Italy that served in World War II that fought against family members from Canada and the United States and North Africa in World War II. For my family, World War II was a civil war because you had family members, same family, one side of the family, that were actually fighting against each other during World War II. So, pretty deep there. So I hear their stories. I heard of the other side stories. Them stories, it's priceless. You never can, I wish I had a recorder, a videotape, which didn't exist back then, and recorded what they told me, the stories they tell me. Like my grandfather over in Italy, he was a veteran of World War II, told me about where the last pocket of the Axis forces in Africa, they were bombed nonstop by the Allies, artillery shells, airplanes dropping bombs. You know, it was, some people got out, some people didn't. He was one of the people that were forced to surrender. Yeah, he was a prisoner of war in a British camp in England. When he was released in 1946, he weighed 70 pounds. He
Mhm.
went from 150 down to 70 pounds. You know, but he did get released. He went back to Italy and lived a great life. So, but I heard the stories. He explained things to me. Now, them stories are totally different than what my family members in the United States and Canada have.
But
in their time,
you were still getting both
Yep.
sides of the
Yep.
story.
And I honor both of them. I'll never forget the one time I was with a cousin that came to visit me, and we went into a Walmart, and the lady goes, "Are you going to donate to this veteran thing that they were doing?" And I said, "Yeah, when I come back." She goes, "Well, make sure you do." And I said, "You know what? I have family that served there, and I honor them. But I said I also have family that fought against them, and I honored them too. I honor everybody." So, and I said, and not to be mean, I said, if I told you when I come back, I'm going to give you $10, I'll give you $10. But sometimes people can be pushy, and
Mhm.
maybe she got ripped off. I don't know, but sometimes people they press your buttons. So sorry, don't mean
Yeah.
to rant. But I,
No,
I
no, no.
honor everybody. We today we can see the stories, and they're doing it now. You see the Japanese version of things. You see the other side. Not saying they were perfect and saints, but you
No,
come to
no.
find out when it comes to war, nobody's a saint.
I was gonna say
Yeah, you
war
know,
is hell. How
war
many
is
times
hell.
have you heard
And that was a
veterans
common
actually
thing
say that?
that they all said, Mike, from both sides of my family. War is the last thing you ever want to be a part of or to have happen. You do not want that.
Nope.
And I will always say this: we should never, ever, as a I don't mean politics or anything like that, but pray to God we never have another war that we have to go do. I hope to God we don't ever
Mhm.
have it. God bless those that did went there and did their part. But I pray to God that we never have another one and it never has to happen again. So,
Yeah, because when my grandfather on my mom's side passed away, was wasn't even a year old yet, and when my grandfather on my dad's side passed away, I was so young, I barely remembered him. And I would ask my dad, I would say, "Did Grandpa ever tell you anything about his experiences in World War II?" My dad always said he very rarely wanted to talk about it.
yeah, I had family members the same way. Some that didn't have a problem talking about it, some didn't. I was always told if they tell you, listen,
Hmm.
but don't ever force them to say. So the ones that I had that didn't want to talk about it, I never talked about it, never brought it up, left it
Yeah,
alone.
I
So
mean, I I eventually would ask my grandmother, and she would tell me everything that she was told by my grandfather.
mhm. Back then they didn't have the extra support that we have now.
No.
Uh, like I said, I had a grandfather that served in the trenches in World War One. He was in the trenches. He wasn't even in the United States. He had just gotten out of a war between Italy and Turkey.
Hmm.
When he got out, he went to go visit his brother in New York and decided he was going to stay. So he still had his wife, my grandmother, still in Italy. And then World War One breaks out. And even though we weren't involved, you couldn't go across because the Atlantic was a war zone.
Hmm.
So he just stayed put. And then the United States gets involved in World War One. Well, on my grandfather's papers when he came over, they had him listed as a veteran. And the military wanted him because he was pre-experienced. Don't have to go through that much training. So they drafted him, and he was included in the First Delaware Artillery. That's what he was in the Italian army. He was an artillerist. Well, really, he
Mhm.
didn't do the gunning. What he did was he was a rifleman that protected the cannon.
Mhm.
So that was his job in the American Army. And yeah, technically they did him dirty. And I will say this, they changed the letter in his last name. So my original last name is supposed to have an A, but it has an O instead. And the other thing was, even though he was a veteran, he wasn't very good at speaking English at the time. He was had a dialect and he spoke half English. So really he should have had a rank of like sergeant, but because of that problem, he was only in there as a corporal. So he never he vented his anger or disappointed about it. If anything, it was the inconvenience that they sent him back. Here he
Mhm.
left Europe and they sent him back. He served in France and he could have took leave and went to Italy because during World War One, Italy was an ally. He never went back to Italy. And the one thing I can remember everybody asking him was, why after the war didn't you go to Italy and then come back to the United States? Or why didn't you take leave to go to Italy? And he said, everybody that I served with in that unit, his family is back across that ocean. And if I did that and had the luxury to go visit my family, how would everybody feel in that unit when I came back? Probably resentment,
Mhm.
probably a little hatred. Remember back then, people didn't, if you didn't speak English at all or good, you had resentment. So I
Back then, they would have said to him, "What the hell are you doing over
yeah.
here?"
So I understand why he didn't go back. So he got shipped back to the United States. And it wasn't until 1919 when the war ended that my grandmother was able to come across the Atlantic and come to the United States. But he was here for like he came 1915, the war broke out in 1918 here. So there was 4 years he was separated from his wife. And like I said, you get out of one war to get into a even bigger war.
Mhm.
So yeah. Like I said, everybody has a story. We all have stories, but I always fascinated when I speak to older people in my family as a kid. I wanted to hear their stories. I wanted to hear my uncle was from West Virginia. He was doing liquor runs during Prohibition. He even got caught and did time in jail. I wanted to hear the stories. I want to hear how he did his still. I wanted to hear how he souped up his car. I wanted to hear about his runs in the middle of the night where he's trying to get to the point to sell his liquor. I want to hear everybody's story.
Mhm.
Everybody's story. So I was blessed, like I said, I got to hear stories, you know.
I did too. Whether it was, from my grandmother telling the stories about my grandfather, or my mom and grandmother on my mom's side telling me stories about my grandfather on that side of the family. I was blessed, and even meeting some of my grandfather on my dad's side's friends and hearing, their experiences and hearing them talk about my grandfather.
You know, there's always stories. I had a story in high school. I'll say it real quick. I don't mean to get off top. I'll say it real quick. Great grandchildren, both from Delaware. One, the boy, his dad served in the Union Army at Gettysburg in a bunch of battles. Girl, grandfather served. Delaware didn't have any Confederate units, but a lot of people went to Maryland and Virginia, and he joined a Virginia regiment. They met at Gettysburg, and the one shot the other. The Union guy shot the Confederate guy in the foot. Now, went to high school, and mind you, these are grandkids. This is like 85, 86. And you want to know something?
Hmm.
They didn't talk to each other. We always thought they would have been a perfect couple. They were great, looked great. No, they could not stand each other. All over because one person shot the other person's grandfather. The resentment was still there in 1985. It wasn't like a hatred. It was
Yeah.
just whenever they talked, yeah. your grandfather shot my grandfather in the foot, and he had to limp the rest of his life. That type of deal. You know, couldn't you stuff like that? You the story itself, and that wasn't just kept in the family. Here you are in a high school. My high school had 2,000 kids, and 2,000 kids all know that story. You know,
Mhm.
you know, we miss the stories. We miss the
Yeah.
stories.
You miss the stories. You miss hearing about the experience because it's important to know these things. It's
Yeah.
important to know that war sucks. War sucks, but it's also important to know your history and learn history if you don't know it because you're doomed to repeat it. I don't
Always.
care if anyone disagrees with me on that, but you are doomed to repeat history if you do not know your history and learn from that history.
I will tell you this. I know World War II was a big deal, but whenever I speak to that members that lived at that time in that generation, and we have old man in here in the chat, I guarantee you, what was more traumatic wasn't World War One or World War II. It was the Great Depression. That was bigger than
Yeah.
either of them wars.
Yeah, because both my grandmothers told my sister and I and my cousins about, the Great Depression and what it was like growing up in that time.
My parents, my grandparents, on the one that my grandfather was in World War One. He owned a corner store in the city here in Delaware, big city. Wilmington's the biggest city you got. And back then, you didn't have Acme, you didn't have the grocery stores. It was your corner store. And my family still have the records where during the Great Depression, people put a lot of stuff on store credit. I'm going to buy it now, and I'll give you the money next time I get paid, or I'll pay you a little bit at a time. And I could tell you there was a lot of times some people just didn't have it. They just didn't have it. So what did my grandparents do? Sometimes they let them slide. And they were willing to let sometimes things slide. But there was one individual, I will give you this story real quick. My grandmother used to make canned goods, canned peppers, canned tomatoes, that type of deal. Her mother, who was still alive at the time, uh, wouldn't eat anything unless she grew it. Wouldn't touch it. It had to be if it was food from a garden that she was growing. That's what she ate. Well, she was, selling food in the grocery store, but she was also selling her canned produce. Gentleman came in there, and she's got a box, and he's telling her what to put in the box, and he goes, "Oh, I want the can of pepper, jar of peppers up there." So she gets the ladder, goes up there. He tries to make a dart out the door. And my dad's a kid, about 5 or 6 years old. And he said, your grandmother threw that jar of peppers like it was a football. He said it was such a tight throw. Dan Marino couldn't throw a better football at that point. And he said it bashed against the back of his head. And he ran. Week later, he comes back with a preacher and apologizes and pays her for what he was supposed to pay. And my grandmother said, that's fine. I accept it and I forgive you. But she said, but the only condition, you ever do that again, you're done. I'm not dealing with you. You'll be banned from the store. But she was willing to forgive, That's what people did back then. They forgive. But if you betray that forgiveness, lesson learned for me to know and everybody out there, you betray that forgiveness the other time, the second time, third, it's like the guy who cry wolf. You don't give him a second or third chance.
Nope.
So lessons learned just by simple stories. There were lessons that I learned. So yeah, I mean,
Same here.
When I hear you talk about your dad being a cop and everything, and your mom being a nurse, even at 51, even now, hearing them stories, I learned something. When I hear old man talk about something, I learned something. You never stop learning, ever.
No.
So
You're never too old to learn.
No, except for me when I get too old and forgetful.
I mean, there have been times where I'm getting ready to walk out of the house and I'm all, shit, I forgot to grab that.
You know what I hate is when you forget something like lock a key in a car, like your keys in the house, and you're like, "Oh God, please let me have left the window down or made sure the window wasn't locked before I." Yeah, we all been there. We all been
Mm-hmm.
there.
Yeah, there was one time my mom left the key in the car, and on that keychain, what's the house key? Couldn't get in. Michael, do you have your house key? No, it's inside. And then she asked my sister, "Do you have your house key?" No. So what my sister ended up doing was crawling through the front kitchen window.
And you're praying that neighbors that might not know you that well aren't going to call the cops and thinking someone's breaking into the house.
Well, luckily, this was back in the 80s. Luckily, everybody in the neighborhood knew who we were because they knew my dad was a CHP officer, and they knew that if my dad came home and saw us opening the window to get into our own house, he probably wouldn't do anything. He'd probably just go, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah, yep. And I know I didn't say this, but hello, old man.
Yes, and old man is actually here.
Oh, there he
Hello,
is.
old man.
Hello, guys.
And
How are you doing?
they'll never I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna fight for it. Never make images of an old man like we did everybody else. Old man is off limits.
Exactly.
Off
You
limits.
hear that,
Oh,
Crit?
no, go right ahead because you got to have something to laugh at.
Do we want to show him the image of Baron that?
No,
Crit
you don't
made?
want to see the images. Yeah, show it to him so he can witness it. Do you want to
All
see your
right.
son looking like a Wookiee?
Ooh, sounds interesting.
Show him, Mike. Show him.
All right.
And for the record, I had nothing to do with it. I just went with it. Just for the record. I
All
was
right.
totally innocent.
Here we go. I will open it in a new window, and then I will share it. And old man, be prepared.
I am.
Baron as a Wookiee.
That's the Baron. Okay, I can see that.
And they even got him in running mode.
Yeah.
Yep. They even got him looking like a Ewok. The Ewok one is pretty good.
All right. I'll show it. Let me pull it up here.
Just remember, oh man, I was totally innocent. I only went with it because
Don't believe him. Don't believe him. Don't believe him.
pressurized to go with it. You know, I was a victim. I was a victim.
No, you're just as guilty as I am.
I was a victim.
Victim. Yeah, right. Victim. Here we go. Baron as an Ewok.
Oh, wow. Has he seen any of these?
Don't you
No,
want to
no.
reach in that picture and just scratch his belly? Doesn't it look like he needs his belly scratched?
Yes.
I can hear him now. I'll scratch your belly, Phil.
I'll tell you, that looks pretty doggone good, guys.
Yeah, Crit was the one who was making them images, man. We even got Cash Money as Lennon, and he looks darn good as Lennon. It almost made me want to say hello, comrade.
I'm surprised Cash hasn't shown up.
Normally,
and unfortunately, Crit didn't post that picture in the Discord, so we'll have to ask him. Hey, Crit, what did you do with that picture? But
yeah, Baron, they've been doing this for the last 3 days, nonstop, making images of people. Yeah, they have Mike looking like a Ferengi. Looks awesome.
It's hideous. It's hideous. It is hideous.
Mm-hmm. And they even, I don't know, they made me look like some type of elf, a decrepit elf that belonged in the convalescent home.
Aren't you decrepit elf?
No. I'm a healthy elf. I'm a, young, vibrant. I want to be a dentist type elf.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
You buying this, old man? I'm not.
Well, the only dentist he could be is Doc Holliday.
I wouldn't mind being Doc Holliday, minus the
Phil
two,
McCracken as Doc Holliday.
minus the TB. He can keep the TB. I don't want the TB. I don't want to be coughing up a lung.
Now, having your head popped right in there, right alongside the Earp brothers on the way to the OK Corral.
See, I wouldn't have been. See, if I was there, I would have showed up, but I wouldn't have walked with them to go face to face, toe to toe. I would have found the nearest building that I can get onto the roof and shoot from above, because I don't want to get shot. It's okay for me to shoot them, but I don't want to get shot.
Yeah, you have to remember, they weren't necessarily going there to have a shootout.
No, their intent was just to disarm them.
Disarm them and humiliate them.
Yep. And that's the one thing.
Caps came entirely as a surprise.
And that's the one thing, old man, that I disagreed with in Tombstone. Everybody got shot on the Herb Holiday side except for White Herb.
Yeah.
In that movie, it doesn't show Doc Holliday getting shot. At least in the White Herb movie, they do it realistically that everybody gets shot besides White Herb.
Yeah. And, everyone goes, how could that be? You got to remember those frock coats. And they had them open. And they're flopping. Now, when you're going to shoot at somebody, what's your idea intent on? You're going to
look at what's moving.
And hence, your coat is going to look like Swiss cheese.
There's one other mistake they do in that shootout on Tombstone. Doc Holliday has a double barrel shotgun. But if you count the shots in Tombstone, he shoots once, then he shoots once up in the air to get the horse to move, and then he shoots the guy. That's 3 shots from a double barrel shotgun, which he don't even see him reload.
That's a mistake.
Yeah.
In reality, if he did fire 3 shots out of that shotgun, he fired one and reloaded real quick so he'd have both tubes filled again.
Mm-hmm.
Not wanting to miss that chance. And having been in stunt gunfights where you're shooting it out and the script is out the window. Oh, yeah, we had a script. Yeah, right. And we're doing exactly this. We're shooting with the old, double-barreled shotguns with hammers on them, Colt single-action pistols. Maybe somebody's got a Smith & Wesson in there. But we're gunning it out. And this is Hollywood stuff. But you ought to see the number of times we all know that revolver holds 6 rounds. And you should see us reloading quick all the time. So if there's a lull, we're reloading until we got a full weapon again. Why? Because you don't know if you're going to need it.
And you would think even if they had to reload, I'm pretty sure, because some of them weapons were even used during the Civil War, probably. I know not the Colt, but what was it? The naval gun. That was a popular one that had five rounds into it. I can't think of the name of it. I know it's a naval gun. It's a handgun. It was popular in the Navy. But anyway.
Well, the handgun that you had in the Navy was the Colt 1851 Navy.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
And that was a 6-shot revolver.
Yep.
But what all these people don't understand is if you are in XYZ territory and you got a cap and ball revolver, where's that hammer going to rest? On top of a cap.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take much. Literally, and I showed it to people because I was using a cap and ball revolver in some of the gunfights. And I take that revolver and put it around, bring it into the position with all 6 of them loaded, and that hammer is resting on that one cap. And I said, you know how dangerous this is? How? I hit the back of the hammer with my hand. It went off. That's why you carried 5 rounds. And that hammer was resting on an empty. When it came around to cartridge firing guns, Same thing. They didn't trust him. So what did they do? 5 rounds. Keep it on an empty.
I was told, and this is by asking. You always learn by asking. Like cavalrymen during the Civil War, even before and even after the Civil War, even gunfighters. What do you do about reloading? Well, if you're a known gunfighter, you would carry 2 pistols, but it wasn't unheard of carrying 4 or even 6 at the same time because you never wanted to be caught reloading your gun.
If you want to see something realistic, watch Eastwood and Outlaw Josie Wales. When he starts pulling his guns out from everywhere.
Yep.
And that's what you did. I mean, if you were a cavalryman, your rifle was good for 1 shot, folks. That's it. Now you got to try to reload. Don't try that on horseback, folks.
I think Josie Whale, as for Western and even for Civil War era, both of them combined, that is the most accurate with the gunfights, and how things were done during that time.
One thing that I really disliked about Outlaw Josie Wales, they had a number of what they called Colt conversions.
Mm-hmm.
These were the cap and ball revolvers that were converted by cutting the back of the cylinder off, and now you can load cartridges into them. And they had Colt conversions before the Civil War. And excuse me, folks. That didn't happen until after the Civil War. And when they have it, and they even messed up in some of the other movies where they're trying to be so accurate, but somehow, some way, the guy that's in charge of the ordnance is handing out the wrong thing.
That's when they didn't do their research. You know, there was one movie that was popular in the 70s. I think it came out late 70s, early 80s. It had to do with Jesse James and the younger gang. What did they call it? The Devil's Ride or something like that. And I remember people saying they were showing, instead of the guy reloading the pistol and putting the bullets into the cylinder, he was replacing the whole cylinder and acting like it just snapped into place without being put into place. It was something about you never took the cylinder off the gun, but they were showing the cylinder being totally interchangeable.
In the Civil War, they actually did, because you had a wedge that went through just behind the barrel as it goes back to the cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
The cylinder pin goes all the way through, and there's a wedge that goes through that holds that barrel onto the weapon. Well, if you pop that out quick, pull it out slightly, and as you do, you pull the cylinder off. Put your spare cylinder on, jam it together, jam that wedge back in, and you're back in operation.
So they were able to change the cylinders, a loaded cylinder for an empty.
Yeah, it took time though. It took a lot more time to do that than in the cartridge models where you could, put new cartridges in. But there were a lot of guys that had carried extra fitted cylinders with them. And there's a picture of some guy in one of the old daguerreographs or whatever of the Civil War, where it shows this guy standing there. He's got 2 pistols in his belt, and he's got a bandolier hanging over his shoulder. It has, I don't know how many fitted cylinders for those pistols. And he's got them right there, all loaded up, ready to go. And I'm going.
I liked a lot of the shootouts, more older movies than I do the newer ones. Even though I do think Tombstone did the shootouts better than the movie White Herb, minus the mistake about the 3 shots coming from Doc Holliday. But yeah, I mean, I'll never forget the one movie. It was really popular, and I forget the name of it. The Devil. It's about the James and the Cole brothers or the Young brothers, whatever one of them, when they did their raid up in Minnesota.
The Younger brothers.
Yeah, the Younger brothers. The thing about that, what was it? Jesse and Frank James were smart to say we're not going up to get shot up, but the rest of the gang wanted to go, and they pretty much got they should have listened to Frank and Jesse James and not going all the way up in Minnesota like they did.
The reason they came up here was there was a guy, and I forget which bank it was, that was a carpetbagger, and they wanted to get him. Well, when they got up there was nothing but construction all across the place, and they took a side tour to the side to figure out what to do, because this was a lot of time and effort for them, and they really didn't want to go home bankrupt. So they stopped off at a little town along the Minnesota River, a town called Chaska. And they actually sat in a poker game with the sheriff of Carver County, which is the county seat. Chaska is the county seat for Carver. And they played with Fred Dutoit. And they were telling everybody they were cattle buyers. Well, they seemed to be more interested in buying cattle, by playing poker, than looking out to buy any cattle. Somebody made a comment about the fact that they were going to go and leave, and they've been talking about going to Northfield. Well, when they left, the sheriff telegraphed down to Northfield, there's some unusual people coming your way. I don't know what to think of them. They ain't done nothing, but just strange. That's all it was. Well, when they got down there, the people had been kind of told that, there might be trouble coming, there might not be. They really didn't know. And they were caught off guard. When they pulled up out in front of the bank, the one guy got to hold on to the horses. Well, Jesse and the boys went inside. Well, Jesse and Frank, Cole Younger, Bob Younger, and Jim Younger went in. Claude Miller was outside holding the horses' reins. Then the unexpected happened, the damn gunshot. There was a guy, an old Swede, out on the street that saw these horses, and he came up, he could hardly speak English, and he's trying to buy the horses, which didn't do a whole lot of good because Claude was getting a little nervous. So what happened? He finally just gave up and turned around and shot the guy and killed him. And, they all talk about the dumb Swede. No, he was just an average person. He thought this was an opportunity. Maybe these guys wanted to sell those horses. They had so many. And end result was he got killed. The city of Northfield for many years had conniptions over depicting that. I and some of my friends from the Stagecoach, for 3 years, we put on that gunfight down there for them. Once a year for 3 years. You talk about an adventure and a half. That was an adventure and a half. And I always get a kick out of it because I got stuck with Claude Miller. Well, there was a place in Shakopee called the Stagecoach Gun Museum. In the Stagecoach, over in the corner, there's this big glass case. And then there's a human skull sitting in there. Guess whose skull?
The Swede.
Claude Miller.
Ooh.
The guy that I portrayed in the robberies.
Ah.
And I go in there and I look at that. And that's me.
Now I forget when the Youngers got caught, they got life in jail in Minnesota. They didn't hang them, but they sentenced them three to life in jail.
Well, no, they all got prescribed a certain number of years.
Mm.
And here it is. I was looking all over for this because I was talking about this with people. Every picture, every weapon on the cover of that, and every one of them that's in here, I know intimately well because I used to clean them because I worked out there doing stunt work.
Mm-hmm.
And good old Ozzy there. Let's see if I can. And as you were talking, there they are.
Very nice.
You know who the three up in the top are? Frank and Jesse.
James, yep.
Down below, you had Bob and Cole. Bob died in prison. Cole and Jim were released. But the latter, Jim, committed suicide. The other brother, he went to work. You know what he did?
No.
What'd he do?
He sold caskets.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Amazing what people would do after they're done, well, he couldn't be a bank robber and outlaw anymore.
No, I mean, he was pretty old at that time. I mean, Jim couldn't handle it anymore after prison and all that. And he committed suicide because, like I said, he can't go home again.
No.
Well, guess what? The last one, all your brothers are gone. Frank and Jesse are gone. You ain't got nothing, baby. What do? Find a living.
Selling coffee.
Sell too. You know more about filling caskets than anybody around.
Amazing stories, man. This is what I enjoy when I talk to my family, and I get the feeling when I talk to you, old man. I love hearing the stories because you know what? If I can't relate, I can sympathize. But also, for me, believe it or not, I don't. Even though I heard the war stories.
Oh yeah.
The one area that I always wanted to hear from my older family, and most of them are gone. There's still some alive though. The Great Depression, the things people had to do during that hard time. And I don't think people understand how hard it was to go through the Great Depression, finding jobs, having a job, keeping said job, feeding a family and everything,
I heard many a story from my grandparents about the Great Depression. My mom didn't talk much about it, nor did my uncle, but they lived through it too. One of the big differences back then that a lot of these idiots don't ever get right. During the Depression, there are two groups of people. Those that are starving and fighting and killing each other in the city. The others are living on a farm. These people know how to make their own food. They grow it. It's right there. Clothing, well, they know how to do that too. It may not be pretty store-bought shit, but you have got all the materials to survive. You got a roof over your head, food in the ground or on top of the ground walking around, and that food in either location turns into, guess what, clothing. And like I said, my grandparents grew up all through this. They were adults. My grandfather was a World War I vet. Now here is the humor that you guys might get a kick out of. You know what was a major crop back then?
I don't want to say cotton. I know it was popular because they need it, but I would say, I'll play it safe, corn.
No, hemp. Yep, hemp. You made rope and clothing, bags, everything out of that material. And clothing. Now, you can't get high off of it. But it still grows wild all the way up and down the Minnesota River bottom. All along the Minnesota River bottom, there's hemp growing down there. And way back when I was young, some smart kids were trying to buy a nickel bag. Oh, we're trying to make connection. We need some Mara Jane. I said, what are you going to buy that shit for? Well, how are we going to get it? I said, it's all over down there in the Minnesota river bottoms. Just go get it. They did. They went down there through that Tangletown mess and found this stuff, and they're hacking it down, coming back. They looked like they had been on Devil's Island for a year, holding this stuff. They're so proud. And they, oh man, we're going to get this all rolled up. They're walking away with that. And a friend of mine looks at me and goes, you are really a pervert, aren't you? Uh-huh. Do you think they're going to get high off of that? No higher than their shoelaces.
That used to be a popular crop that was grown in Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. George Washington was a hemp grower. And he grew hemp. And like you said, they used it for clothing, but a lot of it was used for rope, like you were saying, navies. The Navy needed it. So,
rope.
Yep.
It made the best rope there was. You go out and buy rope today, and it's garbage compared to real, honest hemp rope.
There's a naval ship. I'm not remembering the name. It isn't. I don't think it's the Constellation. It's the one in Baltimore. I can't think. It's a sailing ship. It doesn't sail anymore, but it's docked. The rope on it is still hemp. They use hemp to still for the rigging, for the tying of to the pier. All hemp.
Well, the USS Constitution has that.
I get the two. There's one up in there in New England, and there's the one in Baltimore. I've been to the one in Baltimore. I'm not sure if that's a Constellation or the Constitution. Yeah,
and I can't remember the other one. I should know.
There used to be a third, but I don't know what happened to it. But I know one of them's in with the Constitution. One is in New England, and the Constellation one is, and I might got them backwards. One's in Baltimore, one's in New England. The one in New England is still capable of sailing. The one in Baltimore is afloat, but it's not, I don't think, seaworthy. So
the Constitution can be sailed, and they have done it very carefully because they're sailing a national treasure.
Yep. You never get to see one of the two. Either one of the two. It's worth the trip. Yeah.
I knew a guy that came all the way from Wyoming, all the way out there because they were going to sail the Constitution out on the bay there, and was going to be out there sailing for about a half hour. All the way just to watch a half hour of that thing at sail from Wyoming. He didn't fly. He didn't take a train. He didn't take a bus. He drove a beat-up old pickup truck the whole way just to see it.
That's a good 3 or 4 day trip by car. 3 or 4 day trip. That's an adventure in itself.
I've gone places around the U.S. that most people wouldn't believe me. Bent's Fort down in Colorado. I was there when there was nothing but adobe walls that high. The next time I was there, they'd rebuilt the whole fort. I got in there and I'm talking to these kids about, well, you remember when none of them, not one person at the place ever saw that place in anything other than its restored condition. And they all looked at me like, you got to be kidding. You're that old? Yeah, right.
Young whippersnapper.
I remember when they rebuilt Fort Snelling, their actual real fort was in existence back in the 1800s. Anyway, I knew a blacksmith there. You'll get a kick out of this one. He's got this 300-pound anvil. He's making all the metal work there on a big wood stump it's anchored to. Well, he got into an argument with somebody there that really ticked him off. He said, that's it, I quit. He turned around, he grabbed underneath the anvil. He picked it up off the ground, carried the whole thing over to the back of his pickup truck, and set it down inside. just him. And these guys were trying to take the anvil back out and get him, back out there. They finally came to an agreement and he did go back to work. But he said, I sat back and I made him try and get my anvil out. He's, oh, I wish now, he says, all these years later, we had that on film because it was hysterical watching them try to do that. And he said, all I did was just pick the thing up and set it in there. Well, of course, the other thing about it is the guy in question is almost 7 foot tall. He weighed, I think, 345 pounds, I think. Solid, complete muscle. Oh, yeah.
Natural muscle, not steroids, nothing like that.
Nope. And by the way, his nickname was Lurch.
Well, guys, I think now is a good time to wrap up this live stream. I want to thank you, old man, for coming on. Phil, thank you for coming
thank you for
on.
having me, Mike.
And it's
No
always
problem.
great when we get the old man in here because your stories and what you tell us, pure gold, pure gold. Couldn't buy is the value of it is beyond money. So I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm 51.
I do too.
I'm 51. There are stories that you know more than me. And sometimes what I hear, you're able to say, no, that's not the actual way it happened. It happened this way. So,
well, you
I'm
realize
always grateful.
I could be your father.
I don't want to hurt Baron's feelings. Today's show, we abused them enough. I won't steal your dad, Baron. I won't steal your dad.
And on top of it, you're younger than the Baron, too.
And better looking.
Oh.
If you hear it, Baron, I'm only playing with you. We love everybody.
If my dad were still alive, he would have been 77 this year.
Like I said,
Baron,
people could hear our stuff that we talk off the channel. What I mean off the channel, off the StreamYard. People, if you only got a sample of it,
we do have moments where we talk about topics like this.
Everything, and it's pure gold. Some of this stuff, I wish there was a way that Mike could share it with you.
Yeah,
it's awesome. And like I said, we're not limited to is YouTube going to come down on us. We're free. Pop Talk's just a sample of what you get. I wish one day we were able to share what we talk about. And it's really good. Like I said, I think we're talking with old man. We get 10 times better when we're not on the StreamYard.
I'm going to say hello for
Thank you for having us on, Mike, man.
Not a problem.
Wonderful, my friend. Wonderful. Old man, we got to get you on here at the start so you're with us during the whole entire show.
Well, I screwed up badly because somehow what came through for the time that this was going to start, and it translated wrong to me because I'm in the Central Time Zone, and you're Eastern, Phil, and I don't know about you, Mike.
I'm Eastern time as well.
And there's an hour difference there, right off the bat that I lose. And then, well, the wife had a few things, and Baron's having a really bad time of it right now.
Yeah, I hope his wife is okay.
You heard about that?
Yeah, I hope she's doing okay.
My prayers do go out to her because.
Oh, thank you, guys.
With what Baron was saying the other day, I mean, I hope it's not as bad as they think it might be.
Well, when you break that particular bone, they can't really cast it. And I'm kind of going, because I remember when I was in the service, guys had that leg broken, from when jumping out of an airplane and all that, airborne. They'd put a cast on it. It certainly was not a very dignifying one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you need big, saggy, fluffy clothing so you can put it on.
Yeah.
You know, you buy a pair of sweatpants about 3 sizes too big, and you're in good shape.
Mhm.
And I remember those guys. I'd sit there and watch them as going around with walkers and what have you in the hospital, and it was hysterical. I mean, we'd laugh at it, and at first they'd get kind of mad at you, and then they'd start realizing, what they look like, and they start laughing too.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, there's some point everybody's got to realize there is a point in your life where no matter how hard you try to be a big shot, you're going to look like a fool. Take it for what it is.
Very true.
Your ego needs to be smashed down a bit. And if you look at it and think about it, boy, there's a lot to laugh at there too.
Yep.
I mean, you have no idea how many times I laughed at myself. And I don't take myself that seriously. I used to at one time, but not anymore. I just learned there's too many things out there
Mm-hmm.
that you can sit back and laugh at. You did, a family member did, a friend did, whatever. You look at it, yeah, it's a pratfall. It's like watching the late Gallagher. It's no watermelons involved here, folks. I mean, at his funeral, somebody should have been there, put a watermelon up and said, "And what is it you may ask? It's the Slipsomatic." And Gallagher was dying of laughter over it. But he was already dead, so, moot point.
Exactly.
You guys, I feel sorry for, because you missed out some of the stuff that I had early in my life. It's really, you got to be there and live it. But at the same token, you guys grew up in your own adventures, your own excitement, and you've got your own points to sit back and look. Boy, I wish these kids would have grown up in when I was.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's what we've got, I guess. And we have to remember is, as you get older, these are the things you can handle down. You can handle them and you can hand them down.
Mm-hmm.
And you can teach the kids, hey, learn to laugh.
Definitely. I don't think people do that enough anymore.
Nope, they don't. I mean, I'll even admit I don't laugh as much as I probably should.
I make you laugh.
The one thing I learned, I heard it long time ago. I can't even tell you when or from who. When you're feeling really bad and down and depressed, smile. For some unbeknownst reason, smiling will change your attitude. And it does. Honestly and truthfully will. No matter how bad it is, keep smiling. Now, somebody asked me a long time ago, well, if you're around a bunch of bad guys, they're out to get you, and you're going to smile? I go, yeah. Why? Well, one, it makes me feel better. And two, it's going to make them wonder what the hell I'm up to.
What are you smiling about?
Oh man, you could have been there in the Old West. You would fit right in. I think we can plug you in any time of history. You would be perfect for any time of history.
I lived that for many, many years, doing out in the back of that place, doing gunfights and reenactment stuff and everything else. For 3 years, 3 times, 3 years, I did the Northfield Raid with Jesse James. And, you have no idea the stories I could tell you on that stuff.
One day we had to get you to tell us some stories.
Yes.
You're
reading my mind.
We used to do back then fast draw. And they like to do in the cowboy movies. Yep. We would stand there with our hand next to our gun, not on it, but near it, in a position to go for it. And we had a little light. When that light came on, you'd go for your pistol. You'd pull the pistol out, you'd fire it, and when your projectile hit the screen, it shut the timer off. So from the light coming on to that projectile striking the screen, that's how fast you could draw. I used to do it back then consistently at 32 hundredths of a second.
Damn. You are quick draw McGraw.
Mhm.
Well, a lot of guys did. I mean, we're all in that speed category. The one guy, I couldn't find his picture to show you, Lenny, he could do it in 29, 28 hundredths of a second. The man was absolutely grease lightning. There's all the stuff about, oh, he's got a gun pointed at you, you know. He's got a gun. If you've made your mind up to go for it, you've got the weapon out of your holster, fired, and that's it. It's all over and done with. That's 11 hundredths of a second. It's all it takes. And people just don't get it. Hollywood garbage. Oh, yeah. And they got, oh, they can do this, oh, they can do that. No, they can't. I've done enough gunfights with guys where we'd have our own gunfights after the people had gone away. And we'd go through that town from one end to the other, hunting each other. And it was a free-for-all. Nobody was your buddy. Everybody out there. You have 8, 9 guys out there. Every one of these guys are the bad guys.
Every man for himself.
You got it.
True West.
And in that instance of when they're doing that, the amount of things that you learned and how you learn to pay attention to things, little things. That noise that I just heard, was that the wind? Or is that somebody trying to be very quiet while they're walking along? And, oh yeah. You know, some of the stuff that you see in the movies where the guy's walking along on the boardwalk, guy up above on the overhead walkway up there, and he suddenly jumps out in the street, turns around, goes bam, bam, bam. He could hear him. He could feel him. He could see him. In one of the gunfights, those are slats. They're not butted tight to each other. And you see the sunlight coming through, and suddenly you don't see the sunlight. Ooh, I wonder why. I wonder he is. All kinds of stuff like that. And all the years that I did that, and we were pretty violent, believe me. I got a broken collarbone. That was the worst I got out of it. Cop, he broke his collarbone out there. Little John, he almost concussion and some minor internal injuries for the stuff. Oh yeah, we had some real fun times. It hurt a bit, but it was fun.
Very nice, very nice. And with that, ladies, with that, I think it's a good time to officially wrap this up. Again, thank you, old man. I think one of these editions of Pop Talk, we should hear more of, what you went through as a stuntman, and hear more of your knowledge.
Well, I'll tell you, it was an awful lot of fun. And of course, Richard Boone, Heaven Will Travel, and what have you, big actor back when I was young. I was actually in a gunfight with him. I actually got a chance to be in a gunfight with a big Hollywood star. Richard Boone, Have Gun Will Travel, Paladin. And the ironic part of it, the TV show, Have Gun Will Travel, Yeah, that was right. That was the time, Having a Little Trouble. The theme song to that was actually written, the words to it and everything else was written by a guy that lived right here in good old Minnesota. He was a Minnesota boy, don't you know?
Mm-hmm.
And when he wrote that song, he was living in Northfield.
And hello to Fat Steven. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Fat. Boy, it's good to see you.
But yeah, you know what? I don't know. How would next Wednesday sound for Pop Talk? Instead of talking about pop culture, let's just talk about, different stories of our lives. They don't have
That
to
would
relate to pop culture.
that would be awesome. Well, this kind of relates because, like I said, old man, he was a stuntman. Imagine
Yeah.
the stories
Yeah.
we can learn. But I got to go, guys, because the
Yeah.
mom and the girlfriend wanted me for dinner. Old man, wherever you go, I'm pretty sure Mike's going to have you on Wednesday. I will be there, but wherever you
Yeah,
are,
yeah. This
especially
Wednesday
for the old
at
people.
just remember, Phil, this Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're having the watch party of A Christmas Carol. Wednesday I'm talking about, I'm going to look at it real quick here.
That's 7 p.m. Central Time.
Yes. But the Wednesday I'm talking
Yeah,
about
math.
is Wednesday the 28th.
I'll be
Why
there.
don't
I'll
why
be
don't
there
we
for
have
both.
an additional Pop Talk where we share different stories? I mean, heck, I could share stories about when I was actually on the Easter Seals telethon one year, and just all the behind the scenes aspects I saw from it that I still remember to this day, and that was back in '86, and I was 7 years old. And
Easter seals. I mean, some of them things, the shows they put on your local, like my way. I'm not talking like the MS, the marathon that like what was that comedian back in the day? Jerry Lewis.
Jerry
He
Lewis
had
had
like
his
local ones to do for Easter seals or St. Jude's Hospital. Some of them shows that they put on during them hours that they were doing the telethon. A lot of improv too. Great. That was great stuff. Great stuff.
Mhm.
So I would love to hear what you knew about when you were doing it, Easter, what you saw, what went in
Oh,
production. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was done locally. It wasn't
Mhm.
done anywhere like Los Angeles or New York. It was when I was living out in San Diego, and you know, I still remember it. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it now, but I will mention it Wednesday the 28th as well. I can still remember, you know, waiting in the green room because you know the whole thing for them was to show that just because I had a disability doesn't mean I can't do certain things. And I remember, when my mom and I were called to go on stage, we met the local news reporter, Pat Brown, and I'm not going to dox myself, but my mother's name was Pat, and that's all I'm going to say. And she started talking to her, and I'll tell you guys behind the scenes, of course,
Mhm.
some of the other, the reason why I don't want to dox myself on air,
no.
but you know, they were talking, and they were just going through everything, and I'm standing there as my mom's being interviewed on stage, and I'm looking at everybody who's answering the phones, and they were actual phones, they were actually ringing. It wasn't just piped in sound effect of a phone ringing. But I can remember looking around, and I have the videotape still. You can see me looking around at everything that's going on, from the directors, from the production assistants, from the camera, the lights. I am looking at all that, and you see it in the video. I'll try to find that video. I have it somewhere. I'll try to find that video, and I will post it.
I would love to see it.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to post it here on YouTube. I'm not going to make any promises that I'm going to post it here on YouTube, but I will post it somewhere
Gotcha.
because
Discord
it
we
is private.
Oh yeah.
Well, guys, I better go to dinner.
Yeah,
Before they beat me up.
I need to go too, but I do want to thank you, Phil, for being here, old man. Thank you
Anytime.
for being here. I'm looking forward to Pop Talk on the 28th, and if anybody wants to join us, it's going to be open. Remember, as I said in the beginning, open panels are going to 2 times a month instead of every episode of Pop Talk, starting very soon. And if you want to see everything that I talked about as far as the changes coming to the channel, go back to the beginning and watch the beginning. Again, it's all going to be a work in progress. It's not going to happen overnight. But I do want to thank Pat Steven for being here. I want to thank Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000 for being here. Old man, again, thank you very much. Kathy Skywalker, thank you very much. We also had, let's see, gotta scroll up. We also had the Padawannabe here.
Oh, really? I missed him.
We also had Nova Vaughn here. And let's see, we also had the lovely Leia Rose here.
Yeah.
And we also had Anti-Derivative Jill. She was here for a while.
Oh.
And we also had, as I scroll up here, gotta go through several times where I pop up. Killy Chow, Roll Tide, Killy Chow. And we also had Jet Sparks. Thank you, Jet Sparks. Already mentioned Nova Vaughn. We also had Resolute Germ. And let's see. Who else did we have pop by? Yes, we had Crit here. We had Joker Voice here on the panel. And speaking of Joker Voice, here he is.
Mm-hmm.
Pop Culture Mechanic stopped by. Thank you, Pop Culture Mechanic. Thank you, Joker Voice, as well. And of course, we had Phil McCracken. You know, Phil's always here. We also had DJ Ronnie G. And let's see. Is that everybody? That looks like everybody who was in the chat. Again, if you want to hear what changes are coming to the channel in 2023, watch the beginning. And if you have any questions about those changes, feel free to DM me or communicate with me on Discord. Until then, I don't have any game streams planned for this week, so I will see you Wednesday. And with that, take care, everybody.
Bye, y'all.
Bye all.